or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief. After mixing it up this weekend on social media with Democrats in Illinois over possible troops in Chicago, President Trump this morning defended federal action.
And I don't know why Chicago isn't calling us saying, please give us help. When you have, over just a short period of time, 50 murders and hundreds of people shot.
The Supreme Court clearing the way today for federal agents to conduct sweeping immigration operations in Los Angeles. A federal appeals court refused to toss out the $83 million jury verdict against Trump for damaging the reputation of writer E. Jean Carroll when he denied her rape claim. A gun attack in Jerusalem left at least 6 people dead. The BBC's Yolande Nell says 2 attackers opened fire at a bus stop.
Hamas, who have put out a statement praising this attack, saying that it was carried out by 2 Palestinian resistance fighters, but it has not claimed responsibility for the attack.
CBS News Brief. I'm Steve Kathan.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and pleasant this afternoon with a high in the mid-70s and a breeze light out of the north. Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
I just wanted to finish this thought because, it is one of the things that preoccupies a lot of people that are living right here in our state right now. There was a report that came in the newspapers over the weekend that about 40% of people in Connecticut are having trouble making ends meet. This, of course, coming from United Way. It's a social services organization. It may be right. It may not be right. But if it isn't 40%, it could be 35 or 30%. We know that it's a significant amount of people in Connecticut because it's a significant amount of people in our society that live paycheck to paycheck and worry about where their next rent check is coming from, where their next meal is coming from. The August labor figures are more dismal than we even believed. Some believe that while there was a paltry gain of something like 22,000 jobs, actually, when you look even closer, there may have been a job loss for the first time, which some say may encourage the Federal Reserve to actually lower interest rates, which would, I guess, be a good thing. That's what Donald Trump has always wanted the Federal Reserve to do, to keep reducing interest rates. But reducing interest rates in order to help a lagging economy because employment figures are not good is just not a great trend, and it's not something anybody would applaud. So we also have home ownership in Connecticut, which was at a high of 72% back in 2013, and just in 2023 was over 70%, declining to 67 point something percent. So when you have declining home ownership, which doesn't surprise me because what are we building? What are we building? Everybody in unison now. All we're building are multifamily rentals. We are not really building ways. We're not building condos, townhouses, and homes at the same rate that we're building multifamily rentals. And when people are thinking of a place to buy, to live, their options for new and shiny are not places they can own. They're places that they can rent. So we have declining home ownership probably for a lot of reasons. And we also have lackluster labor figures. And in that mix, we have a lot of anxiety. Because we know that among our 3 million plus people here in Connecticut, there are a significant amount of people who are recent immigrants, and there are a significant amount of people who are estimated to be undocumented. And they're scared. And they look at the videos that were shown just a couple of weeks ago in Norwalk of those 2 men that were taken off the street in Main Street. And they look at the ICE parking in the police parking lots of Norwalk, even though Norwalk said, we didn't ask you here. Thank you very much. Please leave. They know what's up. So in all of this mix, Connecticut lawmakers are very sympathetic to undocumented people as a whole, and we have a majority Democratic legislature by a lot, a supermajority, and among Democratic legislators, only 20 or so are identified as what they would call themselves as centrists or moderates. The rest are unabashedly left of center. And here's what's happening. Democratic state senators have turned to the Chief Justice of the Connecticut Supreme Court to take action on his own to prevent arrests by ICE agents at state courthouses. President Pro Tem Martin Looney, Democrat of New Haven, Majority Leader Bob Duff, Democrat of Norwalk, as well as 19 other Democratic members of the state Senate, sent a letter to Chief Justice Raheem Mullins this past week saying that they were outraged by the arrests of 2 men inside a state courthouse in Stamford in August by ICE. And they say that this was an extreme escalation by ICE. Quote, ICE agents only apprehended individuals outside courthouses, a practice common since the Oval Office changed hands in January of 2025. Now, Connecticut residents cannot access the justice system without fear of potential apprehension by ICE. In Danbury, advocates have said ICE agents detained individuals outside the state courthouse there last month and threatened to use pepper spray and stun guns on people who demanded that they identify themselves and present a warrant. Now, that is really extraordinary to me. If you are wearing a federal badge and you're not willing to identify yourself as wearing a federal badge and show your authority to detain someone, and instead you say, I'm going to put a stun gun on you if you demand that I identify myself, what kind of world are we living in? What kind of American world are we living in when law enforcement authorities will not identify themselves before detaining somebody, arresting them, and taking them away? I mean, this is not the dragnet of our youth. Jack Webb, where are you now? This isn't even Elliot Ness and the FBI and the Untouchables, although they did run away in a lot of black cars. And it was the crazy 1930s, and it was Prohibition. But you know what I'm saying. We are used to people reading people Miranda rights. We are used to people saying, this is who I am. This is my authority to detain you, to take you away. And we have this onslaught of video and evidence that people from ICE believe that because they're afraid to be outed on social media, because they're afraid of threats against their families. I mean, these are reasonable fears. I'm not saying they're not rational fears. But this is the job that you signed up to do. Nobody forced you to do this job. Nobody forced you to wear a badge and collect a salary and get a benefit and pension. This is your job. When police arrest bad guys, and they do it all the time, when all of our agents at DEA and FBI, why should ICE be any different? These guys may be bad guys. So are the bad guys that police arrest every single day of the week. We have feds arresting people all over the place. They don't wear masks. I don't understand why ICE thinks it's special that way and should be able to wear a mask and not have to identify what they're doing and the authority they do it under. But in any event, this is what these Danbury activists are saying. They're saying that this is what's happening. Maybe it's not what's happening, but this is what they're saying is happening. And Democratic lawmakers are very upset at these tactics. They call the tactics of when people are arrested in courthouses as, quote, mousetraps. And what they're afraid of is that if people cannot access a courthouse to file a complaint for a restraining order on a domestic violence incident, which tends to be the most common reason why ordinary individuals have to access law enforcement in our suburbs, if they can't file a complaint for a rape, an assault, a burglary, because they're afraid that as a witness or as a victim, they're going to be picked up and taken away, it is only allowing the bad guys to escape without any accountability. And the irony is a lot of these bad guys may be undocumented people themselves. Maybe not. Maybe some of them are not. Maybe some of them are U.S. citizens and some are not. But think about the irony of allowing somebody who is undocumented to prey on his own community, knowing who the other undocumented people are, with complete unaccountability, because he's betting that they won't report him, because if they report him, they're going to get deported. He may not. He may escape the claws of justice. So this is a real issue for these communities, and it's causing a lot of fear. I don't know what our Chief Justice can do about it. I don't know what the Chief Justice will do about it. But this is the level of frustration that is going on. And the state senators are asking the Chief Justice Mullins in their letter, saying to consider that he should, quote, limit docket information posted online to protect the identities of litigants. He should give witnesses and litigants the option to participate in court proceedings virtually rather than have to show up in court. But that actually hinders, to a large extent, the administration of justice and cross-examination. I know as a judge how body language is important, how seeing who else is in the room is important. When you're in front of a closed camera, other people could be coaching people in the background unknowing to the judge. Requiring federal agents to register with security before entering state courthouses, banning face coverings inside courthouses. This is some of the wish list that the state senators are asking Chief Justice Rahim Mullins to consider, and prohibiting federal agents from accessing court parking lots unless they have business in the courthouse. Mullins responded in a statement on Friday, quote, as Chief Justice of the Connecticut Judicial Branch, I remain committed to making sure our courthouses are safe spaces of fairness and protection for all who use them. The branch will employ all legally supported methods to do so. And Governor Lamont also opining on this, saying it sounds like something we should be doing. If these are the rules set at the federal courthouses, why can't we do the same at our state courthouses? So, meanwhile, more than 90 organizations signed onto a letter to Lamont and other state legislative leadership calling on them to address the arrests at courthouses and other issues affecting the immigrant community. And this is going to be a really big issue for the legislature as they draw to an open very soon. 203-333-9422. Monica from Milford. Hello, Monica. Thanks for waiting. What's on your mind today? Good morning.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
I love your show. You really open up a lot of questions in my mind. But I just had a comment. I feel for all the illegal immigrants that are here, that are coming. I understand how difficult it is to be coming to the most wonderful country in the world. My relatives came here by way of Ellis Island. They did it the right way. And, you know, I just get outraged when illegal immigrants are basically getting lawyers to mouth for them that we want to see the identification of the agents that work for ICE. Nothing was said during the Antifa, with the burning down of all of the buildings that happened during the George Floyd summer. And, you know, that man didn't deserve to die the way he did. But, you know, they have him decorated all over with angel wings. I mean, you know, I wonder what's happening to our justice system. Where are the Democrats saying they're outraged of all of the illegal immigrants that were opened at open gates for the last 4 years? We're left with a mess. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get all of the bad guys. But you know what? If they're in court, I I don't care for whatever reason. I really think the Trump administration should get more legal help for the illegal immigrants who haven't done anything wrong and are caught up in these sweeps by ICE. And look at, okay, they're not a bad guy, put them to the back of the line to become citizens. People here, and I can only talk about Connecticut, are going hand to mouth, as you were just saying.
They are.
I'm a senior citizen.
Yep.
I rely on Social Security for 95% of my existence.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think about meals because I don't eat steak anymore. I'm gladly eating chicken and ground beef. But,
Yeah, I hear you.
But the money that we're giving, and the medical care that we're giving to illegal immigrants, men, women, and children, and I understand why they want to come here. But at the end of the day, we have our own. We have such a homeless population. I think a lot of it is mental illness, and that's another story. But, you know, if we make ourselves stronger as Americans, then we can go and help the people who want to come here. And I just think that the Democrats need to step up a little bit and admit that we had a president for 4 years who really shouldn't have been there. And I'm curious as to who was running the country because it went way left. And anything that Donald Trump says, even if it's something that the last administration wanted to do, none of them are on board of it. Mm-hmm. You know, you see Senator Blumenthal, he's outraged by all of these things. Well, I'm outraged because for 4 years, and even now, none of them have come forward and said, yeah, you know, President Biden shouldn't have been there. And they don't want to know what happened 4 years ago. That was in the past, so let's move on. But yet the first thing out of their mouth is January 6th, and they keep saying the insurrection. None of those people were put in jail under the insurrection clause. It's just, it's like tit for tat. They're playing like babies. I'm getting sick of it. And I just wish that they could find common ground, Democrats and Republicans, to see how we can make life better for the Americans. Mm-hmm. And then gladly, we're such a giving country and caring country, we can help the world.
Well, you know, Monica, I think that you're giving voice to a lot of the reasons why, as a nationwide political party, the Democrats continue to remain in the toilet. I think you're giving voice to why a lot of people who are unaffiliates feel resentful because they would like some Democrats to admit some of their failings. And I know that you speak for a lot of Americans who say, I'm barely making it. I don't have enough left over to give to you because I'm barely putting food on my table. I get all of that. I don't think we're ever going to live. What do they say? What is our Declaration of Independence say? A more perfect union. We're never going to live in a perfect union. We're always trying to get in a more perfect union. But I thank you for your comments. I appreciate the consideration with which you're listening, and I appreciate it. And thank you for calling. And do call again, Monica from Milford. Sure. And 203-333-9422. We'll be right back. Love to hear your thoughts on all of this. This is the dilemma of our time. It is a clash to some extent of principles and values and how we deal with those that are already marginalized in our communities. And where does our Constitution land on this?
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and pleasant this afternoon with a high in the mid-70s and a breeze light out of the north. Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's September 8th. On this day in 2022, Queen Elizabeth II passed away at the age of 96.
This is BBC News from London. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon.
In 1996, it was the premiere on Nickelodeon TV of Blue's Clues.
We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. Wonder who it's from.
Happy birthday to singer Pink. September 8th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Supreme Court has cleared the way for federal agents to conduct roving immigration raids in Los Angeles, lifting a restraining order that had blocked agents from stopping people based solely on their race, language, job, or location. Legal analyst Laurie Levinson.
This is a major issue that's likely to come up in other cities, maybe Chicago in the near future or Baltimore. So it's not a good sign for those who are seeking to stop the administration from bringing in ICE and maybe even the National Guard to do these full types of raids.
CBS's Olivia Rinaldi on immigration operations in Massachusetts.
We do know in Boston there have been some immigration activity underway starting yesterday into today. So that's another sanctuary city that this White House says they're certainly going to target when it comes to immigration.
And CBS's Usher Qureshi in Chicago, where a lot of the focus has been on crime.
There are people who say that they welcome additional resources into the city, given the issues that we've seen over the last decade and beyond with violent crime, but there's broad unease across the city as well.
Palestinian attackers opened fire near Jerusalem today, killing 6 people. The BBC's Wyrie Davies has more.
Today's attack at an intersection to the north of Jerusalem was one of the worst attacks we've seen in Israel for some while. In all, 6 people have been killed. Many more have been seriously injured when 2 armed Palestinians, a man of 20 and another of 21, came into Israel from the occupied West Bank. They boarded a bus and they opened fire with guns.
President Trump today hailed a decision by West Point to cancel a ceremony honoring Band of Brothers and Saving Private Ryan star Tom Hanks. The Academy's Alumni Association was to honor him later this month. Retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery.
He really was a great advocate for the military, a great recruiter. This isn't a West Point issue. This is a Secretary of Defense issue. And this is about, canceling an award for someone who earned it, deserved it.
Americans are feeling much less confident about finding a new job, as Jason Brooks reports.
The New York Federal Reserve's monthly Consumer Expectations Survey revealed that labor market expectations dropped to the lowest level in the survey's history. Less than 45% of consumers that were surveyed believed they could find another job if they lost their current one, a substantial decline from the previous month and following a series of anemic monthly jobs gains this summer.
And checking the numbers on Wall Street at this hour, stocks are mixed. The Dow is off by 76 points. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, everything you need and nothing you don't.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A former Norwalk City official has received a sentence of 50 years in prison for the killing of a man in January of 2022. Ellen Wink was charged with murder and received the sentence on Friday. Police were called to Nelson Avenue after receiving a 911 call and found 54-year-old Kurt Lametta inside the residence with multiple gunshot wounds. Police say Wink was Lametta's landlord and that the two had gotten into an argument prior to the shooting. Lametta was pronounced dead at the scene. Wink is a former city clerk and a former Republican candidate for state representative. The Waterbury woman accused of allegedly imprisoning and starving her stepson for over 2 decades has had her court date postponed. Kimberly Sullivan's legal team has also filed 2 motions, one asking for permission for her to return to the Blake Street home to retrieve her personal belongings, and the other to remove her GPS ankle monitoring bracelet. The next court date is set for early October as the investigation and legal proceedings continue. And construction could begin next year on a new middle school in Ansonia. The city has bought 25 acres of land off Pulaski Highway near Farrell Drive for the school. It is expected to be over 125,000 square feet, and the projected cost is around $100 million. The city approved the school project in 2023 as part of a $132 million bonding package. The current middle school in Ansonia was built in 1936, and officials say renovating it is not feasible. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound road work exits 2 and 3. Right lane is out. Parkway northbound road work as well going into Black Rock Turnpike. Stay left to get through. Upper Merritt northbound, more construction, exit 36, and that goes all the way up to Route 34. And on the southbound side, you have it from the tunnel going down to exit 46. Right lane is out. On 91 northbound side, it starts at exit 2. You have construction through North Haven and Wallingford as well. Route 8 northbound, it starts at exit 13B. And on 84 westbound roadwork, exits 10 and 9. Left lane is out. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Cable. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And I think a lot of us know that COVID-19 and that whole ridiculous, despicable realignment we did during COVID that started back in late 2019 and early 2020, that did a lot of things to our lives. And what the whole COVID thing did to a point was realign the idea of where we have to work from. Do we have to work here and there and everywhere? And can we just stay home? Or can we work out of state? And listen, I'll be the first one to admit that occasionally, although I like to come here in the studio, it's best for everything. You know, occasionally I do this show. It's pretty rare, though. It's maybe a handful of times a year. For whatever reason, I will do this show from my condo, from home. I have a remote unit, enough computers set up. So I have a little home studio there. I have the sound baffling. And I would hazard to say, and I've had people tell me, hey, you were home the other day? You mentioned you were home. You sounded like you were right in the studio. Yeah, that's the whole point. So I can do this show from home, okay? My weekend job, a lot of you know what I do for the weekend. I telecommute that. I don't traipse my merry way into New York City anymore. So I am not in any way, shape, or form in any what, how, or wherefore against remote work. I think remote work's great. if you can do it well, if you survive the not having the office experience, if it's okay with your boss, if you have a mutual understanding, maybe it's not 5 days a week. I know some people in this business have it written into their contracts. Hey, I'll do my show from home 4 days a week. I want every Friday I'll work at the station 4 days a week. I want every Friday from my house or every Monday from my house, wherever. But again, the point is that's agreed upon. And more importantly, usually, not always, but you're usually doing that remote work. Again, not always, but you're usually doing it from the same geographical state that your business is in. Usually, not all the time, but you are. So the idea of remote work is generally okay. Even the idea of what they used to call residency requirements, right? There was a big thing at one time where cities and towns said, well, if you want to work for our municipal operations here, you got to live in the city or town, and they got rid of that because basically a lot of cities and towns didn't have the amount of workers. What am I driving at here? Apparently, there is something going on here with state of Connecticut employees. In other words, employees that we're not talking about contractors here. We're not talking about vendors where the state is contracting somebody in New York or Massachusetts to do something. State of Connecticut employees getting paid, well, you know, some pretty big money here, and they take our tax money and they work from out of state. They work and they live out of state. Oh, yeah. How about that? Story here from the Connecticut Insider. They give one example. A top official at the state's Office of Policy and Management, OPM, earned over $140K last year with the state's blessing, mostly working remotely from his home in Philadelphia. So look, I don't besmirch anybody who takes an agreement, right? Who takes an agreement that is mutually agreed upon. As long as it's within the parameters of the law, and the state of Connecticut says, hey, if you want to be a state employee and live in and work from another state, I'm not going to blame you for saying yes, but is it morally right? How about this? The entire staff of the Connecticut Paid Leave Authority. They buy commercial time here on WICC every so often. We thank them for that. But how about this, Maud? The entire staff of the Connecticut Paid Leave Authority, which administers the state's medical leave insurance program, works remotely. Why? Because the department doesn't have a centralized office. While most work from within Connecticut, others are scattered between Texas and Maine. Now, ostensibly, if somebody is smart, you don't care where they work, right? And I don't either, frankly. If somebody does well by the state of Connecticut and they're in Alaska, it shouldn't matter if they do the job, but there is an aspect here that I think you have to look at if you're going to be consistent about this. And it has to do with money, and it has to do where money is spent. And it has to do with, again, this notion that we supposedly have the best and the brightest in this state, and yet maybe we don't. I don't know. So, look, I'm going to come back on the other half of this break here and tell you what the big problem is in my eye. But we start with this. We start with I think, a simple question. Should Connecticut state employees, we're not talking about vendors, we're not talking about contract people, should Connecticut state employees being paid with my tax money and with your tax money be allowed to work from and live in another state? I say a big fat no to that. I do. Where are you spending your money? We'll talk about that and more coming up right here. What do you think? Should state employees being paid with Connecticut tax dollars be allowed to live in and work from another state. Traffic and weather together coming up. We begin on a fresh and bouncy Monday, September the 8th, 2025 on Connecticut Today.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Hey, Melissa Shakatoff here, and I work with K&J Tree Service, and I always recommend you have a free tree risk assessment done by my friends at K&J Tree Service. They have certified arborists who will come out to your home. In about 10 minutes, they can identify some problem spots you want to have done. And it doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a full tree removal, but right now is a great time to partner up with K&J Tree Service, as it's offering a limited time 10% discount on all of their services. Go to kjtreeservice.com and book your assessment today, or call them at 203-248-TREE.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork exits 2 and 3. Right lane is out. Parkway northbound roadwork as well going into Black Rock Turnpike. Stay left to get through. Upper Merritt northbound, more construction, exit 36, and that goes all the way up to Route 34. And on the southbound side, you have it from the tunnel going down to exit 46. Right lane is out. On 91 northbound side, it starts at exit 2. You have construction through North Haven and Wallingford as well. Route 8 northbound, it starts at exit 13B. And on 84 westbound roadwork, exits 10 and 9, left lane is out. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Cable. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, chilly under a clear sky with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As soon as you hear it in the news, Paul already has his opinion on it. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And you know what my opinion is here on this whole thing? If you're going to be paid high 5 figures, low to mid 6 figures by the state of Connecticut, I think the majority of that money should be spent in the state of Connecticut if we're talking about state taxpayer money. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, a good piece of journalism here by the Hearst people, CT Insider, paid by Connecticut Living Elsewhere. Hundreds of state employees work remotely from other states. We're not talking about working remotely from a location here in Connecticut. That's not the issue. If you're a state employee and you can work remotely from Wallingford, okay, you're in the state. You're spending the money that us taxpayers pay you to buy ostensibly stuff here in Connecticut. The money that the state does pay kind of stays in the system, lubricates the gears, right? Well, you work for the corrections department, but you just do IT stuff, and you're living, you work from your home in Stamford or in Groton. You only have to go to the DOC office in Hartford or wherever corrections is once a week. Okay, that's fine. You're in Connecticut. But we're paying people to live in Philadelphia and be a state employee? Really? Startling thing here, this thing, and Paul in trouble, hang on, you'll lead us off here. Hold on. Get this, folks. Now, what is Connecticut noted for? I know pizza, the nutmeg state, the Constitution state. What Connecticut, I guess, is still considered the home state for what industry? Come on. Think insurance, right? There's a reason the Boston sports writers call Hartford America's filing cabinet. From the days when the Patriots, we all thought the Patriots were going to move to Adrian's Landing. And I think it was Bob Ryan or somebody or Dan Shaughnessy at the Globe said, there's no way the NFL is moving the Pats to America's filing cabinet. But I digress. So how about this? The entire staff of the Connecticut Paid Leave Authority, which administrates the state's medical leave insurance, works remotely because the department does not have a centralized office. Most of the work is from within Connecticut, but other people who work for an insurance plan in the insurance capital of the galaxy are in Texas and Maine. I'm sorry, I have a problem with that. I'm not doing this just to stir things up. Again, there's a difference between working remotely from within the borders of the great sovereign state of Connecticut and keeping the tax revenue that I and you pay people here. And we're nothing against Texas, nothing against Maine. Really? We have to employ people on the state dole in Texas and in Maine because we don't have enough minds about the insurance industry in Connecticut? Oh, come on. For freak's sake. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. CT Insider found that at least 248 state employees are allowed to work remotely from other states, with about 24 workers listing addresses beyond Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and New York. Some are working in Philadelphia. Must be nice. Man, yes, this bothers me. Oh, it's only 200 people. No, but don't we always hear, well, we have to raise the minimum wage because, it stays in the local economy. Okay, shouldn't our tax money stay in the local economy? Just saying, we can't find people here in the state of Connecticut to do this stuff? Well, Paul, you're saying that just because somebody lives in Pennsylvania, they shouldn't work for the state? Yes, that is precisely and exactly what I'm saying. We'll kick it off today with Paul in Trumbull. Paul, good afternoon, sir. You're first up. How are you?
Yeah, how you doing? You've got your own view on it, but you know what my view is? These people were hired by the state due to their abilities, and really it doesn't make a damn bit of difference where they're living. If they're doing their job and they're producing for the state, I know you're talking about, well, let's keep the money back in the state.
Exactly.
But I understand that, but 240 people out of maybe 10,000 state employees.
No, there's way more than 10,000. There's about 35 or 40,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 200. You're making a big deal about 240 people.
Yeah.
And to be very honest with you, I don't care if they can do the job. I don't care if they're, calling in from Fiji.
Well,
as long as they can do the job, and the state is satisfied with what they're doing, I really don't care where they're located. To be very honest with you, and you're making a big deal about 240 people out of a state force of close to $40,000. It makes a nice topic for your show for today, but I really don't think there's anything to it.
Okay, Paul, thank you for the call. Paul, thanks for hanging on. I respectfully disagree. But thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. I'm sure people will look at the numbers and say, yeah, here's my question. There's nobody in the state that can do this? No, seriously. We're always told by, the leadership in Hartford, and we heard this all the time from every governor, left to right. Oh, listen, I am not against people working remotely. I'm not. I do it sometimes. I would be a hypocrite to the nth degree if I was against remote work. I'm not. I don't necessarily like doing it. I like being in the office, like being in the studio here, but I digress. And again, to our previous caller, if it wasn't such a big deal, then why is this being looked into? Somebody tipped off somebody. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A lot of these people are making close to six figures, and some way over six figures. So let's see, you've got about 250 people all making about $100,000 a year. That's pretty good. Hey, if you took that tax revenue and sent it back to the states, I don't know. It's not so much a money thing with me on a raw case of money, but we don't have people. How do we not have an office to administer an insurance policy in the freaking insurance capital of the galaxy here in Connecticut? I don't get it. Janice in Trumbull. Janice, before news, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
Good, Janice. What's up?
This conversation is kind of not hit a nerve with me, but made me change my tune.
Okay.
I was hiring manager in a pretty large IT department.
Yep.
For quite a few years. It was the insurance industry,
okay,
among other things. And pre-COVID, I was not allowed to interview anyone outside of the Connecticut zip code.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And now, I'm retired, but now of the five people, because it's a highly specialized department, all of them now live out of state.
Great.
And they're all highly compensated.
Great. Well,
So
great. Yeah.
they're getting paid and they're spending their rent money, buying groceries in their own state.
Yeah.
And when COVID came and I was allowed to look out of state as a hiring manager, I was like, woo-hoo. The pool opened for me to find the right candidates, but it's not the right thing. It's ridiculous,
Janice, I do have to run. Thank you so much, Janice. Appreciate it for that. Yeah, COVID was different. Thank you, Janice. But COVID's done. Stop. What did Janice just say there in her private business? She was not allowed to look outside any of the contiguous Connecticut zip codes. But now, hey, working for the state of Connecticut. Hey, why do, like our previous caller said, let's go hire somebody in Fiji. Who cares where the money's spent?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound road work exits 2 and 3. Right lane is out. Parkway northbound road work as well going into Black Rock Turnpike. Stay left to get through. Upper Merritt northbound, more construction, exit 36, and that goes all the way up to Route 34. And on the southbound side, you have it from the tunnel going down to exit 46. Right lane is out. On 91 northbound side, it starts at exit 2. You have construction through North Haven and Wallingford as well. Route 8 northbound, it starts at exit 13B. And on 84 westbound roadwork, exits 10 and 9. Left lane is out. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Cable. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free. So it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Still no details about the administration's plans to conduct anti-crime and immigration operations in Chicago. CBS's Usher Qureshi.
We're already hearing about pockets of small ICE operations with some arrests being made, but not in the large scale that we were anticipating leading into this.
CBS's Camilo Montoya Galvez reports the Supreme Court has lifted a restraining order against roving immigration patrols in Los Angeles.
The Supreme Court has given the Trump administration yet another legal victory on immigration and its efforts to carry out what the president has promised will be the largest deportation operation in American history.
The order had blocked agents from stopping people based solely on race, language, job, or location. Israel's prime minister has told residents of Gaza City to leave now as the assault intensifies. And a train collided with a double-decker bus northwest of Mexico City, killing at least 8 people. CBS News Brief.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Over 7,000 Connecticut utility customers lost power over the weekend as severe storms worked through the region. The most outages were reported late Saturday afternoon as strong winds and heavy downpours impacted the state. Most of the customers had been restored by yesterday afternoon, with only widely scattered outages remaining. There were no injuries reported from the storms. As of today, students at high schools in New Haven are now going through the school day without their cell phones, which are locked in special pouches. At a news conference attended by NBC Connecticut, Genesis Guillen Samaniego, a 12th grader at the Metropolitan Business Academy, said that she's already seen an improvement since the policy took effect.
In the classroom, it means more focus. Teachers don't have to compete with notifications, and students are more engaged in discussions. Lessons move forward with less interruptions, and the atmospheres in classrooms have shifted for the better.
Less officials said the goal is to improve student focus, reduce classroom disruptions, and support better mental health. Superintendent Madeline Negron talked about the benefit of this new policy.
I feel like this is a gift that I am giving our children. It is giving them the gift to disconnect, if even for just a few hours.
If there is an emergency, students can get access to their phones. Students in K through 8 in New Haven started giving up their cell phones during the school day earlier this year. A Derby woman is being held on $100,000 bond after being involved in a serious injury crash in Old Lyme. Police say 30-year-old Kelsey Velez was driving a pickup truck that left 4 Mile River Road and hit a utility pole. A male passenger was rushed to the hospital with serious injuries. Velez is charged with driving under the influence, failure to maintain a proper lane, and interfering with police. The first confirmed case of West Nile virus in Connecticut this year is a man from Fairfield County. State officials say the man in his 40s became sick in the third week of August and was hospitalized and has since recovered. Lab tests confirmed that the man had contracted West Nile. There were 12 confirmed human cases of West Nile virus last year, and no deaths were attributed to the illness. The cause of a fire yesterday morning that forced the closing of 2 restaurants in Seymour is under investigation. Flames broke out around 7:40 a.m. and caused significant damage to Hot Grill and Pizza on New Haven Avenue. A neighboring business, Seymour Gardens Chinese restaurant, will also be closed due to smoke damage. A development of nearly 300 housing units is being proposed for the former Genry campus in Stamford. The insurance company has moved out of the 60-acre campus on Long Ridge Road. Developer Toll Northeast has determined that the site is no longer viable as an office park. The plans by the developer still need approval from the city before they can advance. And Senator Richard Blumenthal wants the WNBA to, quote, butt out of the state's negotiations to keep the Connecticut Sun in the state. In a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Blumenthal says the WNBA is interfering to block proposals which could be against the law.
The kinds of interference that we're seeing from the WNBA, it's blocking and obstructing potentially the state of Connecticut in these well-founded efforts to keep the franchise here, could well be a violation of the antitrust laws.
The Mohegan Tribe, which owns the Sun, is entertaining offers to sell the team. State leaders have submitted a competitive proposal to take a stake in the team along with other investors. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound road work exits 2 and 3. Right lane is out. Parkway northbound road work as well going into Black Rock Turnpike. Stay left to get through. Upper Merritt northbound, more construction, exit 36, and that goes all the way up to Route 34. And on the southbound side, you have it from the tunnel going down to exit 46. Right lane is out. On 91 northbound side, it starts at exit 2. You have construction through North Haven and Wallingford as well. Route 8 northbound, it starts at exit 13B. And on 84 westbound roadwork, exits 10 and 9, left lane is out. Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, chilly under a clear sky with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Our question of the days. We're up and underway here on this Monday, the 8th of September, 2025. Maybe a residency requirement for state employees. Now, you know how I guess cities and towns used to do this. I don't know if they do it anymore. Well, if you wanted to be police, fire, EMT, public works, city works, you had to either live within that city or town, and then if you couldn't, if a municipality couldn't find enough applicants, they widened the halos to, okay, you could live 10 miles out of town, or you could live in any of these adjacent towns, whatever, right? But this story that popped up a few days ago, late middle or late last week, good piece of journalism here by the Hearst people. And by the way, we had a previous caller, and thank the gentleman for calling for Trumbull, saying, well, I'm making a big deal about it. Hey, I didn't write the story about it. So usually when a print outlet picks up something like this, somebody said, hey, you may want to look into this. So it may be maybe the seed was planted by a disgruntled Connecticut state employee who said, hey, why are our jobs going to other states? And again, we're talking here about this story that broke 3 days ago. Living elsewhere but paid by Connecticut, hundreds of state employees work remotely from other states. It's not that they're working remotely from home. A lot of folks do that, privately and in the state here. The bottom line is we have a lot of, apparently, 250 people that are making right around six figures, a little less, a little more. And, okay, maybe they're doing their telecommuting job fine and dandy for the state, but are they spending any of that money here? Listen, if it's private money, I couldn't care any less if I tried. State money, though? Really? We're paying people in, where did it say here? We're paying people in Texas and Maine to administer our family paid and medical leave program? Really? For example, here, Paid Family Medical Leave Authority. For example, one employee who made more than $145,000 last year works from Texas with no state income tax. Must be nice. An information technology subject matter expert lives in Florida and made over $123,000 last year. So let's add that up. And Rick, hang on, we'll be right to you. You got $145K here and $123K. So you got $268,000. $268,000 in three people. No, in two people. I'm sorry. One at $145K and one at $123K. And now they may, I'm not saying income taxes now, because if you work remotely, you're still required to pay. Obviously, it depends. There's a what's that rule for taxes? Courtesy of the employer. You only get taxed on it in one state. And I'm sure they're paying Connecticut state income tax. But what about money they spend to buy stuff? What about the money they're spending on local rent and phone bills and electric bills? That ain't coming here, yet we're paying them. An analyst living in Virginia earned a similar salary. The Department of Developmental Services, which aids individuals with intellectual disabilities, employs a case manager who made more than, here you go, $110,000 last year, working from North Carolina. A project manager made more than $88,000 in Tennessee. They have either a very low taxes down there, or I don't know. But here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. These jobs could not have been done by anybody else in the state. I thought we're constantly told by governors aplenty, oh, how bright and resourceful people are. And I get it. These aren't contractors, though. These are not, I assume, these aren't 1099 people. The Office of Early Childhood, an executive assistant, An executive assistant. Get this. Hold on. I'll get to that in a second. I want to bring Rick on here. I've got another one you're going to love. Rick, hi in Norwalk. Hey, Rick, hi. How are you, man?
Hey, Paul. Rick, great topic. I love it.
Thank
I hadn't heard of this one. I'm kind of on the fence because I could see how, let's say someone's worked for the state for 10 years.
Yeah.
And they get married and the spouse has a job transfer to Texas.
Okay.
Do I, as a manager, want to get rid of that person when they've already been up and trained? I get it with new employees, but let me shift gears a little bit in terms of getting your ire up, getting your agita, as you would say.
Yes.
All right. There's 600,000 H-1B employees in the United States, H-1B visa people.
Yep.
I'm on a site right now. There's 1,195 companies in Connecticut that sponsor H-1B visas. Yale University, 276. ASML, 190 people. Tata Consultancy, which is a huge consultancy out of India, 154. University of Connecticut, 77. So to follow your logic, if Lamont and all are saying that we have such a bright workforce here, by my math, we might have 10,000 H-1B visas, looking at ratios U.S. that could work more higher tech here in Connecticut than, say, Iowa.
Yeah.
So anyway, 600,000 H-1B visas versus the 250, whatever, Anyway, both can be focused on, but sometimes the size of the issue needs to be looked at. So anyway, I'll let you respond.
Thank you, Rick. And I, the H-1B visa thing, and folks, those visas are special visas for highly skilled tech workers, many of them from India and other countries. The debate about H-1B visas is a constant one, primarily by people who are angry, saying, hey, you have so many foreign, especially tech workers, that would love to get a foot in the door, get one of these H-1B visas in the U.S. The problem here is these companies know it, and many of them have been accused of being able to keep salaries artificially low, because they know, especially in getting people coming in from foreign countries, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, a lot of these people take salaries that American-born tech workers wouldn't take. So to our last caller, yes, the H-1B visa thing, really complicated. And is it actually depressing salaries for workers, native-born Americans and naturalized U.S. citizens who would actually need to have a higher pay to take that gig here in the States? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork exits 2 and 3. Right lane is out. Parkway northbound roadwork as well going into Black Rock Turnpike. Stay left to get through. Upper Merritt northbound, more construction, exit 36, and that goes all the way up to Route 34. And on the southbound side, you have it from the tunnel going down to exit 46. Right lane is out. On 91 northbound side, it starts at exit 2. You have construction through North Haven and Wallingford as well. Route 8 northbound, it starts at exit 13B. And on 84 westbound roadwork, exits 10 and 9. Left lane is out. Matt Krause, WICC traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, Fairfield County, and affecting your world, Paul Pacelli is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And going over with you a really, really interesting story here. I had no idea this was a thing. About 250 or so, just rounded up by a couple of people. And again, as one of our previous callers said, in a scenario where we have about, 40,000 state employees, 40,000 state employees, you've got about 250 state employees who are working remotely. The remote work is not the issue here. Remote work was okay pre-COVID, and then during COVID, and since it's become a staple of the workplace. We all knew that. There's some. If I wanted to right now, I'd be able to do this show right here from my home, and unless you had a really finely attuned ear to what certain microphones sound like, you wouldn't be able to tell. So it's not that people can't do their work at home. It's not. That's not the issue here. Being able to read an Excel spreadsheet and make certain cells to show certain expenses and revenues, that doesn't change whether you're in an office space or whether you're home. But this is kind of interesting. You have, according to this story here, in the CT Insider, we should credit the staff writer there, Bill Cummings, hundreds of state employees are working remotely from other states. It's not like they're working remotely from home. I'm sure there are a few thousand state employees, but they're in Connecticut. They're ostensibly living in Connecticut and being taxed at the Connecticut state income tax level, which I'm sure the out-of-state workers are, unless there's a reciprocal agreement. So, what they're doing is, as far as state income taxes, if they're in a state with no state income tax, I believe by the tax laws, Connecticut still charges them income tax. Yes, reciprocal agreement or not. So they simply have to submit it, as I do. I pay a tax every year to the New York State Department of Taxation. Yes. And I get a credit here in Connecticut. You know how that works. Convenience of the employer rule and all that. But the thing is, if state tax money, if your tax money and my tax money is being used ostensibly to hire people to work for the state, that's fine. Is it really okay that high-income individuals, and we're seeing these people making $80, $90, $100, $120, $130, $140,000 a year, and they're not spending that for rent, for food, for groceries, for gasoline, maybe at a local bank for a car loan or a mortgage? Is that okay that some of your tax money and my tax money ends up helping economies of other states? You see what I'm driving at here? And again, I understand it's not a lot of people. I get that. But my basic question always goes back to, we don't have people in this state that can do this stuff. Now, whether there's seniority involved, whether there's a dearth of applicants and somebody says, hey, I'm giving my notice, my wife or my girlfriend and I or my mom and dad or whatever, we're moving the whole family from Connecticut down to Delaware. Yeah, but you're really good. We want to retain you here. Well, how can we do that? Well, there's an aspect in the CBAC bargaining agreement here with the state that we could do that. I'm sure that's a lot of it. But is it right? Again, the tax situation always levels itself out. It always does. It always levels itself out. As far as state income taxes and state fees, again, you have what's called a convenience of the employer rule. Look that one up, which I think Connecticut actually got a lot looser with around the 2019 legislative session because of, yes, you got it, you're a winner. Ding, 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 yes. COVID-19. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The OPM, the undersecretary of OPM, that's the budget office, for example, Governor Ned Lamont, works 3 days a week from his home in Philadelphia and 2 days in Connecticut. The undersecretary is a nationally renowned expert in his field who was specifically recruited by the Lamont administration because of those skills. So there's nobody in Connecticut that can do that? And how much of his, so is he using his state salary here in Connecticut? And, you know, OPM in the governor's office is probably 150, 160, 180 grand a year. How much of that cash is being spent in Pennsylvania? The Connecticut Paid Leave Authority, established after a law passed in 2019, has never had a central office where all the employees can report. Why? Most of its employees work remotely in other states across the country. Again, let me ask, why? It's an insurance plan. Isn't Connecticut the insurance capital of the U.S.? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. Did our tax and business laws force all the insurance companies to go to Delaware? One employee who made more than $145,000 last year works from Texas. Another one makes $123,000, is a Connecticut state employee working from Florida. There you go. There's some good blue states, right? Texas and Florida. So that's $268,000 gross salaries both together. I'm sure they're paying some Connecticut taxes. How much of that money, though, that is coming from Connecticut state taxpayers paying ostensibly workers in Connecticut government is going to fortify the economies of Florida and Texas? Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis, very happy guys. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound road work exits 2 and 3. Right lane is out. Parkway northbound road work as well going into Black Rock Turnpike. Stay left to get through. Upper Merritt northbound, more construction, exit 36, and that goes all the way up to Route 34. And on the southbound side, you have it from the tunnel going down to exit 46. Right lane is out. On 91 northbound side, it starts at exit 2. You have construction through North Haven and Wallingford as well. Route 8 northbound, it starts at exit 13B. And on 84 westbound roadwork, exits 10 and 9, left lane is out. Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, chilly under a clear sky with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Tuesday, September 9th, see Haim at Westville Music Bowl. Thursday, September 11th, 10cc's at District Music Hall. Friday, September 12th, Sheena Easton plays the Kate in Old Saybrook. Sunday, September 14th, Lindsey Sterling performs at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Tuesday, September 16th, Melissa Etheridge and Indigo Girls at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Wednesday, September 17th, Steve Winwood is at the Capitol Theater in Portchester. Friday, September 19th, Conan Gray plays the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Monday, September 22nd, check out the Revivalists at the Capitol Theater in Portchester. Saturday, September 27th, is Joe at College Street Music Hall. Sunday, September 28th, the Spin Doctors at Harbor Park in Middletown.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, that's to open the show. One great hour down, 3 to go. Coming up a little bit later on, we'll get back into a discussion of, again, trying to, for some reason, maniacally save the Connecticut Sun, the WNBA team, from leaving now. There is a notion, as reported by our pal Mike Cerulli from News 8, of using some state pension money to try and save a sports team. Folks. And we'll talk about what Mr. Blumenthal said about this later. The WNBA doesn't care about Connecticut.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. There has been a flurry of legal rulings today involving the Trump administration, the latest over whether states can sue the administration over the firings of federal workers. Matt Piper reports.
In a 2-1 ruling, the appeals court says states do not have the standing to sue the Trump administration's mass termination of probationary employees. It says they only have standing to challenge the process by which the government has engaged in mass firings. In March, 19 states and Washington, D.C. sued federal agencies alleging the terminations were unlawful and never gave 30 to 60 days advance notice. The court also notes the harm was done to people, not states, none of whom are parties in the suit.
The Chief Justice will allow the president to remove Rebecca Slaughter, a member of the Federal Trade Commission. Lower courts had ordered her reinstatement. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
This order by Chief Justice Roberts is a real signal that the court continues to empower President Trump to have full control over his agencies and those who are in them.
CBS's Camilo Montoya Galvez reports the Supreme Court cleared the way for federal agents to conduct sweeping immigration operations in Los Angeles.
The High Court, through this ruling, is suspending a lower court order from July that had prohibited federal immigration officials from conducting what advocates called roving immigration arrests that relied on certain factors such as somebody's race or ethnicity, the fact that they were speaking Spanish or English with an accent.
There was a deadly attack on a bus stop near Jerusalem today, and the Israeli offensive into Gaza City is ramping up, as Linda Gradstein reports.
Speaking at the Air Force Command Center in Tel Aviv, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warned the residents of Gaza City to, quote, leave now, hours after Israel said it would ramp up airstrikes on Gaza. He also said that Israeli forces are organizing and preparing for a ground maneuver hours after 2 Palestinian gunmen killed at least 6 people in a terrorist attack in Jerusalem.
Venezuela's deploying 25,000 troops to its coastal states to tackle drug trafficking after the U.S. ordered additional fighter jets to Puerto Rico to carry out operations against drug cartels. CBS's Charlie D'Agata reports it isn't entirely clear yet whether this is an attempt by President Maduro to de-escalate tensions.
He emphasized that the operations were strictly going after drug smugglers, avoiding any of the kind of language or rhetoric that we had seen in reference to the U.S. military presence there.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made a surprise visit to Puerto Rico today. This is CBS News.
sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Waterbury woman accused of allegedly imprisoning and starving her stepson for over 2 decades has had her court date postponed. Kimberly Sullivan's legal team has also filed 2 motions, one asking for permission for her to return to the Blake Street home to retrieve her personal belongings, and the other to remove her GPS ankle monitoring bracelet. The next court date is set for early October as the investigation and legal proceedings continue. A development of nearly 300 housing units is being proposed for the former Gen Re campus in Stamford. The insurance company has moved out of the 60-acre campus on Long Ridge Road. Developer Toll Northeast has determined that the site is no longer viable as an office park. The plans by the developer still need approval from the city before they can advance. And Senator Richard Blumenthal wants the WNBA to, quote, butt out of the state's negotiations to keep the Connecticut Sun in the state. At a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Blumenthal says the WNBA is interfering to block proposals which could be against the law.
The kinds of interference that we're seeing from the WNBA, it's blocking and obstructing potentially the state of Connecticut in these well-founded efforts to keep the franchise here, could well be a violation of the antitrust laws.
The Mohegan tribe, which owns the Sun, is entertaining offers to sell the team. State leaders have submitted a competitive proposal to take a stake in the team along with other investors. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield. Lower Merritt is easier. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross on the southbound side. Congestion delays through Hampden going down to the tunnel. 91 southbound, an accident reported approaching exit 12. And on 84 eastbound, you're just busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted for 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. And that's Krause at WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Big hour number 2 after a big hour number 1. How are you? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Our first question of the day today, facebook.com/voice of CT, first of the week, I should say. Residency requirements, maybe, if you're a state employee. Now, we've heard of residency requirements if you want to work for a city or town, right? Fire, police, EMT, public works, construction crews, whatever in the town. Some cities or towns say, no, you've got to live within the borders. Other cities or towns say you've got to live within a certain radius of the center of town, whatever. Other cities or towns say you don't have to live in our city or town, but you have to be a resident of town A, city B, town C, and D to get a proper pool of possible employees. So the Connecticut Insider, which is a Hearst publication, a few days ago, they came out with a story that said 250 state employees. Now, I read this carefully, not contractors, not 1099 people. Some 250 state employees, roughly, it's 248 or 47, whatever, don't reside full-time in the state. And some of these people who admittedly can do their job from home, this is not about telecommuting. This is not about remote work. It's about whether or not we should, I think, take a serious look at why we're hiring state employees. Now, I know what from who live in other states. Now, I know people will say, well, Paul, don't we want the best and the brightest to work for the state? Well, yeah, we do. But I see in this story things like insurance specialists and budget specialists. Oh, okay. So again, and I'm just honestly asking this: are there nobody in Connecticut can do these jobs, or are there kind of, I don't know, ancillary things at work? Maybe. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should there be kind of a municipal-styled residency requirement for state employees as well? And my point is, this is not necessarily about state income taxes, because if you're, working for the state, even though you're remote, you still have to pay your income taxes. What it's about to me is, in abstract and in fact here, taking tax money that you're paid and then spending it in other states and not returning it to the economy here. Barry in Shelton leads us off. Barry, how are you?
Oh, thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I was listening for a bit, and as usual, I start yelling at the radio in the car.
Okay.
So I waited till I got home.
Okay.
But some of the instances are just a few that came to mind on how the state just allows potential tax revenue to leave the state. For instance, you've got state employees that over the last couple of years put on a ton of overtime, adding to their income that when they retire in a couple of years, they'll get paid on over the next, if they're lucky, 20 to 30 years.
Yeah, the pensions get bigger. Yeah, sure.
Now, that's just a way of losing. I mean, I have no problem paying people for the time they put in, but not for the next 15, 20, 30 years. And that's just one way. And I spend a little bit of time in the winter in Florida.
Okay.
Just in the development that I work in, I live in. There's probably half a dozen people from Connecticut
really?
who have retired.
Yeah.
And gone to Florida.
Yeah.
Now, there goes any income tax. There goes any spending that might have been. So they're allowing it. Well, it's not the only thing. So it's not one specific instance of taking a look and saying, what the heck is going on? It's a part of a system of if the state was, I hate to say it, if the government was run more like a business, you'd never allow it in the first place.
Well, yeah, because, and you hit it on the head there, Barry, businesses don't treat people as ATMs, I should say, saying, well, yeah, we're going to be a little crazy here, so we'll take more of your money. And they don't shed customers. Like, as you say, well, if you're going to move out, well, too bad, we'll find other people. No, you're right. It would be better. And I think, Barry, it's kind of good that we do have a business guy with a little bit of a background, not like Ned Lamont, who is keeping as best he can the crazies in his own party at bay when it comes to income taxes. But, Barry, you're right. It's the same thing year in and year out. A lot of people cannot wait to get out of here, and that's not good.
Nope. And again, the fact that we allow it, this is just one of many instances that, that it should all be grouped together and saying, do you want to continue it? Then, we are one of the highest tax states in the country. Our pensions are some of the highest in the country. It's just, the rest of us that have to pay it.
Yes, sir. Barry, thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate it, Barry in Shelton there. Yeah, and to Barry's point, he dovetailed nicely into something, and we're going to continue it. Yes. Because the Democratic majority in Hartford doesn't care. Do you understand they don't care? Why do you say that, Paul? Well, look at the freaking evidence. Every election cycle, it's about what can they do to get votes from the underclass here in the state, from people who are trapped in poverty, who can barely make it, and the Democratic majority, that is their base. That is how they get elected. The Democratic majority doesn't get elected on promises to make it easier for businesses to operate here. They just don't. They don't. The Democratic majority in Hartford and the House and Senate, they don't get reelected on promises to try and cut taxes on retirement benefits and Social Security benefits. They don't. They get reelected on spending, turning the screws on businesses here, nickel and diming them to death and saying, hey, if you're an illegal, we will ratchet up the Trust Act even more. And as far as our last caller saying we need a plan or forward thinking, there is none. We don't have any forward thinkers in this state. Again, let me use one of my sports play-by-play analogies that I've used for years, and when I start doing hockey again in a few weeks this year, I will use it again. They're chasing the game. We chase the game in Connecticut. We never get up and out in front early. We're always reacting. We're back skating in our own zone. We're not pushing the puck up. We're not playing a vertical game. We're always, we don't do what Wayne Gretzky said made him great. He said, I was taught to go where the puck is going to be, not where the puck is.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, September 16th and 18th at Old Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
You are listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield. Lower Merritt is easier. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross on the southbound side. Congestion delays through Hampden going down to the tunnel. 91 southbound, an accident reported approaching exit 12. And on 84 eastbound, you're just busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted for 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. And that's Krause at WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, chilly under a clear sky with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Crazy ideas, madness, opinions, ranting, and or raving. Phones are open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
And I swear I'm trying to rant and rave a little less. I don't think you've heard a rave. Now, ranting is one thing. I'm not sure what Mr. Voice Guy identifies or defines as raving here, but I digress. But I ask you, what do you think? Should we have a residency requirement for state employees? Now, we have that for cities and towns, right? And I kind of understand it. You know, you have 169 cities and towns. At least we used to. I don't know whether that got rolled back at a municipal level or a state level, but you know what I'm talking about here. There was a time, and maybe even still now, when, you know, if you want to be employed by XYZ city or town, fire department, EMTs, police, whatever, you got to live within the city boundaries or within the, you know, bordering towns or within a certain radius of the center of town, whatever. Should we have that for state employees? You may say, well, why, Paul? Of course, don't state employees live in Connecticut? Well, apparently not all. And apparently some really high-dollar state employees. We're not talking about, I guess, people making 50, 60 grand a year here. We're talking about people who make in the low six figures. And this is according to a CT Insider story. Hundreds of state employees work remotely from other states. And again, this is not any sort of a criticism of the quality of their work or the fact that they are, in fact, working remotely in another state. That's not the issue here. Or working remotely. The issue is just, I just throw this out there. And if they're working in another state, obviously they're paying state income tax to Connecticut. So, you know, these one or two people pointed out here, they're in Florida and Texas. No, I'm sure the state is having them file a what's called a non-resident tax return. You know those, right? A lot of you out there, especially within the sound of my voice, mid, upper, and lower Fairfield County. If you take the train in every day, you go to Grand Central, you go to Westchester County, you're likely paying New York state taxes or some combo of New York and Connecticut, depending upon how your tax professional does the convenience of the employer rule and all that. You're working remotely. Is that for your convenience or the employer's? Whatever. But we're talking about some pretty high dollar jobs here, 140, 145, 150K, 125, 115, 130, whatever. And yeah, the taxes are paid to Connecticut, but what about our tax money, my tax money, your tax money, then being folded into income that I guess for about 250 people may be being spent in other states, Pennsylvania, Texas, Florida. I think there was somebody here in Kansas or somewhere. And again, if a state if a state ever were to come to me in this life or another one and say, hey, we know you live in Connecticut or you live in New York, but man, oh man, you're good at what you do. You can work for us and we'll rearrange the tax stuff. I'm not saying I wouldn't take the gig. Don't get me wrong here. I never criticize people for taking money. Never, 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 never. Or as Mr. Churchill used to say, never, never, never. No, I'm not going to do that. In all, 11,100, check that, in all, 11,514 executive branch employees are allowed to work remotely, the vast majority from within Connecticut, for at least some of the pay period this year. So it's not that we're getting on the backs of remote work. Hey, remote work is good. It eases a burden on commercial real estate. It keeps people off the roads, better for the environment. Maybe their workplace, even though they may love their jobs, maybe their office is a little, I don't know, toxic or something like that. But the question remains, and I just scratched my head on this, and we'll go back to the answers on this as we wrap this segment up, but you're paying people $120,000, $130,000, $140,000 a year, big dollar jobs. And some of that money obviously being returned to economies outside the state. You couldn't find those people here in Connecticut? Really? We're not. I guess we're not. We're talking budget analysts, insurance analysts. It's odd. Now, I know you can't make people work for a company or for the state. Maybe that's the answer. I don't know. Traffic and weather together right here on a Monday on WICC at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. Lower Merritt is easier. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf over cross on the southbound side. Congestion delays through Hamden going down to the tunnel. 91 southbound, an accident reported approaching exit 12. And on 84 eastbound, you're just busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted for 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. And that's Krause at WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Haller. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're a different kind of wireless company dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Because let's face it, our needs are different. Big wireless unlimited plans are designed for 20-somethings, not us. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on one thing, bringing you affordable, reliable rate plans that suit your needs, not ours. How do we do that? We start by using the same towers as the big guys, the exact same towers. We then create rate plans designed for your usage. The fact is, we can offer you an unlimited plan with the same network quality for less because we understand how you use wireless services. Our plans start at just $20 a month. And forget trying to chat with robots. You'll get 100% US-based award-winning customer service when you need help. Come find out how wireless should be and join the millions who've made the switch.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Join WICC, the Voice of Connecticut, this Saturday at Touch a Truck from 11 to 2 at Riverview Bistro in Stratford. Learn more at voiceofct.com. Thanks to Burns Construction and Riverview Bistro.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose Mobile Service Plus at Maritime, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Supreme Court has lifted a restraining order that blocked roving immigration raids in Los Angeles, where people were detained based on race, language, or location. CBS's Camilo Montoya Galvez.
Clearly, this is a really divided court, but for now, it's yet another legal victory for the Trump administration's mass deportation campaign.
In Chicago, they're still bracing for the arrival of federal agents who may focus on immigration or crime. Reporter Darius Johnson.
Today, faith leaders will hold a rally here at Daley Plaza calling for investments in schools and in health care, not troops on Chicago streets.
Chief Justice John Roberts has let President Trump remove a member of the Federal Trade Commission. The administration also asked the Supreme Court for an emergency order to keep frozen billions of dollars in foreign aid. A European climate monitor said today that more than half of Europe was hit by drought in mid-August. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Derby woman is being held on $100,000 bond after being involved in a serious injury crash in Old Lyme. Police say 30-year-old Kelsey Velez was driving a pickup truck that left 4 Mile River Road and hit a utility pole. A male passenger was rushed to the hospital with serious injuries. Velez is charged with driving under the influence, failure to maintain a proper lane, and interfering with police. Over 7,000 Connecticut utility customers lost power over the weekend as severe storms worked through the region. The most outages were reported late Saturday afternoon as strong winds and heavy downpours impacted the state. Most of the customers had been restored by yesterday afternoon, with only widely scattered outages remaining. There were no injuries reported from the storms. The first confirmed case of West Nile virus in Connecticut this year is a man from Fairfield County. State officials say the man in his 40s became sick in the third week of August and was hospitalized and has since recovered. Lab tests confirmed that the man had contracted West Nile. There were 12 confirmed human cases of West Nile virus last year, and no deaths were attributed to the illness. A former Norwalk city official has received a sentence of 50 years in prison for the killing of a man in January of 2022. Ellen Wink was charged with murder and received the sentence on Friday. Police were called to Nelson Avenue after receiving a 911 call and found 54-year-old Kurt Lametta inside the residence with multiple gunshot wounds. Police say Wink was Lametta's landlord and that the two had gotten into an argument prior to the shooting. Lametta was pronounced dead at the scene. Wink is a former city clerk and a former Republican candidate for state representative. The cause of a fire yesterday morning that forced the closing of 2 restaurants in Seymour is under investigation. Flames broke out around 7:40 a.m. and caused significant damage to Hot Grill and Pizza on New Haven Avenue. A neighboring business, Seymour Gardens Chinese restaurant, will also be closed due to smoke damage. As of today, students at high schools in New Haven are now going through the school day without their cell phones, which are locked in special pouches. At a news conference attended by NBC Connecticut, Genesis Guillen Samaniego, a 12th grader at the Metropolitan Business Academy, said that she's already seen an improvement since the policy took effect.
In the classroom, it means more focus. Teachers don't have to compete with notifications, and students are more engaged in discussions. Lessons move forward with less interruptions, and the atmospheres in classrooms have shifted for the better.
Officials said the goal is to improve student focus, reduce classroom disruptions, and support better mental health. Superintendent Madeline Negron talked about the benefit of this new policy.
I feel like this is a gift that I am giving our children. It is giving them the gift to disconnect, if even for just a few hours.
If there is an emergency, students can get access to their phones. Students in K through 8 in New Haven started giving up their cell phones during the school day earlier this year. Construction could begin next year on a new middle school in Ansonia. The city has bought 25 acres of land off Pulaski Highway near Farrell Drive for the school. It is expected to be over 125,000 square feet, and the projected cost is around $100 million. The city approved the school project in 2023 as part of a $132 million bonding package. The current middle school in Ansonia was built in 1936, and officials say renovating it is not feasible. And the number of single-family homes and condos sold in Connecticut in August was down 8% from the same a month ago. Despite the drop in the number of homes that were sold, prices of those properties remained high. The median price of the homes sold between January and August was $425,000, which is an increase of $25,000 from the same period a year ago. The statewide sales data was supported by Berkshire Hathaway Home Services New England Properties. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield. Lower Merritt is easier. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf overcross on the southbound side. Congestion delays through Hamden going down to the tunnel. 91 southbound, an accident reported approaching exit 12. And on 84 eastbound, you're just busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted for 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, chilly under a clear sky with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, kids. How are you? Up and underway, back on loose saddle here on a Monday, the, 9/8/25, September the 8th, 2025. 203-333-9422-333 WICC. How about this? About 250 high-paid state employees don't live anywhere in Connecticut. That okay? I don't think it is. I've got nothing against remote work. Look, a computer at home works just as well as a computer in the office or in the studio. Sometimes I do this show remotely. A lot more radio people do these days. You never know with the technology. It's not like years ago. Oh, my God. We need to have special equipment put into your house. No. I have a remote unit. It's the size of a hardcover book. It's all I need. And just pray that the neighbors next door are quiet for 4 hours when I do the show. No, but seriously, remote work, nothing wrong with it. Keeps the roads cleaner and thinner, less pollution. Folks can stay home later and have work done at their. You don't have to take a day off if the heating and AC guy is coming. But the question is not so much remote work, but residency. And kudos here to Hearst and the Connecticut Insider folks there, doing a good job, undoubtedly because somebody tipped them off. A story like this does not just come out of the blue. It doesn't. But why are we paying six-figure salaries not as contractors, not as vendors, not as 1099 people, but really fat salaries to people who work for the state but don't live here? What's the problem with that, Paul? That means my tax money and your tax money is not returned ostensibly to a great extent to the, I don't know, local economy maybe, that little local economy thing. Well, we need this person because they're the best at what they do. Really? You couldn't find anyone here in the state? Again. Just asking. Dave has been hanging on in Milford. Dave, how are you, sir? What's up?
Hey, Paul, fine. Love the show. I try to be quick. There's a myriad of reasons why I'm against it, but I go back to even the supervision of these people by upper management that are working from home. And I'll digress a little bit. I don't know if you remember a few years back, 2 highly compensated scientists working for the state, I believe up at UConn Medical Center.
Okay.
Well, she killed her husband. She murdered him. She put him in the basement.
I remember.
He kept getting paid.
Yeah.
Kept getting paid by the state. The manager sent an email trying to get him to come in for his review. Of course, he couldn't answer. He wasn't working from home. He was dead from home.
He was dead.
And it took a while for the state to even realize this guy didn't exist anymore. And again, keep getting paid. And I guess I go back to saying it becomes almost like a club. The higher you go in the food chain and everybody's connected and, hey, did you do your work today? And, you're sitting there eating Doritos, whatever. But how do they get rated? How does their evaluation go? Because I think everything's lax. Nobody wants to ever give anybody a bad evaluation. So, you're sitting in Arizona. I believe one of them was in Arizona.
Yeah.
I don't get it, but the state is so big, it's like too big to fail. They do what they want, and that's it.
Yeah, and Dave, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Good points there, and we all want good workers in the state, right? We all want our state tax money that pays people. We want to get the best for our buck. It's no different, really, than hiring a plumber or an HVAC guy or an electrician or anybody like that. We want good work for a good, fair price. But again, I find it tough to believe, and I know we're only talking about 250 employees, but I find it tough to believe that, and maybe I'm wrong here, maybe you folks, if there's anybody out there who's closer to the situation can tell me, but I find it tough to believe that we have to go out of state for these high-paying jobs when we are told constantly, over and over and over again, the smart people we have in the state. Now, having said that, you can't force anybody at knife point or gunpoint to take a job. I get it. But there's just something that, now maybe other states do this, I don't know. But what if there was a residency requirement, hard and unflinching? What if the General Assembly passed something that was put in the Connecticut General Statutes? If you are paid by the taxpayers of the state of Connecticut, you must reside in the state. Would that suddenly, in some way, shape, or form, make us devoid of people who would work for us from a business pool?
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
It's new, exciting, big, revolutionary. Huge changes to our service business model at Maritime Chevrolet in Fairfield. Filters, fluids, flushes, blades, bulbs, batteries, oil, tires, and wheels, even software updates, all at your home or office. Our mobile success team comes to you. So take it easy and let Maritime Service Plus handle the rest. World-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard at MaritimeChevy.com. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair?
What do you mean? Does it not look good?
It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret.
No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic.
Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous.
I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound in Milford, accident, exit 39A and B, stay to the left to get around it. Lower Fairfield County, 95 northbound, over 45 minutes, Stamford through Fairfield. The Parkway is at least a little bit easier. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side, just busy going down to the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Make your voice heard. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Remote work, I don't care. If you can do a better job at home because it's quiet, because you can stay in your jammies all day, because you're not sitting across from that one over there who you can't stand, or him or her. He tries to put the moves on you, or she did, and you don't want to be in the same space with him. I get that. But it's just kind of odd. We had an earlier caller in the show saying, well, what's the big deal? Well, apparently there's a big enough deal in this to where somebody involved with the state of Connecticut, or some worker maybe, or somebody with a union, whatever, who knows, apparently gave this idea, or internally somebody from Hearst said, well, here's something interesting that people may want to know about. And the may want to know is about 250 or so state employees, pretty well compensated, it's public knowledge of who they are and what they make, are working from out of state. So your state of Connecticut employee says here, not a 1099, not a vendor, not a contractor. These are high-paying positions in many high-paying agencies. And I guess the state's saying, well, these are the best of the best of the best. Really? Okay. Now, if you take about 240 people and you squeeze down an income varying between about one and change and higher or lower, you come down to about $24 million a year. All right. So how much of that $24 million? Now, again, a lot of it's coming back in income tax. We get that. We understand it. But how much of that $24 million for these people here, and I'm taking a conservative estimate of 240 people. It's a little higher. And a conservative estimate of just cracking six figures. It's a little higher. How much of that $24 million is not being put back into the state of Connecticut's economy? I don't like that. I don't. Unless you can show me, say, listen, we lucked out here. This is like signing Aaron Judge as a free agent, this person. Because if not, then find somebody in Connecticut. That's just me. That's just me. Maybe there's some political patronage going on. I don't know. I'm just the dumb, pudgy, white Italian guy flapping his gums. Andy is with us. Andy, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, Paul. I'm looking at an article here from Saturday, August 9th this year.
Yeah.
Wilton, Connecticut town manager loses $210,000 a year job after officials discover her side hustle 2,000 miles away in Grable, Wyoming.
I saw that, yes.
Now my question is, how many of these other out-of-state, high-paid Connecticut employees also have several of these side hustles going on, which they could actually hire administrative assistants to run while they collect the bulk of the money and pay them, $60,000-$70,000 a year.
The Internet's a wonderful thing, Andy, isn't it?
Yeah. And, I wanted to preface it with, I thought I wasn't surprised at anything that the Democrats were doing in managing Connecticut. This one kind of surprised me that they could be this gullible. If they did a deep dive into these highly paid people, I wonder what they'd find.
Well, you know what's interesting, Andy? You mentioned that because, for example, in this business, the media business that I'm in, there are companies, some I can name, some I won't, but I've had experience with all of them. There are companies, for example, who say that if you are a full-time employee with us, you cannot work for anyone else. We own you. We are making that commitment to you. You make a commitment to us and us alone. I wonder what that would be like, to your point that you just dovetailed off of, Andy. You wonder how many, or if the state of Connecticut should do that and say, hey, we need your undivided attention here. We don't want you splitting your efforts with another suitor. You know what I mean?
And you know what? Another question, how many inside secrets on Connecticut are these people divulging to, God knows, the nefarious sources?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, not that China would have any interest in how Connecticut is running itself into the ground, but, think about the implications for the guy who's they're making a big deal out of it. Maybe it is a big deal, dude.
Yeah, maybe it is. Andy, thank you for reminding me of that. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Yeah, remember that? I guess somebody in Wilton who was making six figures when? When did he/she have the time for that? But yeah, I've been offered positions in this business. Say, hey, we love you, whatever. That's great. Let's work something out. Oh, and by the way, you can't do anything else for anybody else. That's even. I said even outside of media. All right. Well, then I said no. You know. There are a lot of companies, not just in media. There are a lot of companies like that. I wonder if, and who knows, it may vary by state or whatever. But I wonder how many state employees in other states or contractors say, hey, great to have you on board. You work for us. It's sort of like telling the Yankees, hey, the Yankees signing you, saying, yeah, you can't, you're playing right field for us. You can't play third base for the Cubs. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, but you know what? If there's an afternoon game in Chicago and a night game in New York, no. Doesn't work that way. I remember, Andy, thank you. I should have brought that up. And I remember reading that story going, really? A six-figure side hustle in Wyoming, like nobody, they couldn't find anybody in Wyoming to do that? 2 and 2 doesn't equal 4 in Wyoming? Come on. Bob and Trumbull's here. Bob, how are you, sir?
Well, Reverend, you got to look at the positive aspects.
Okay. Yeah.
One is they can still be in your congregation because you can listen to you anywhere.
That's it, online. Yes.
See?
Yeah.
And that means you got 250 happier people because
That's right.
They don't have to live in Corrupticate.
Maybe that's the point why they took the job.
Yeah, they don't have to live in Corrupticate. And then for the state, that frees up 250 housing units. And you always hear Melissa bringing on people that are screaming, oh, there's a housing problem.
Yeah.
Well, there's 250 units.
Yeah.
So
could be.
So you got to look at the positive of this. You know?
All right.
They still send back their 7%
or whatever it is. Yeah. Reciprocity. Yeah, I get that. I understand that.
You know, you're right. They filed the non-resident returns. And they pay their 7% on that.
Yeah.
But they're happier people. Think about it. They don't have to say. Somebody says, "Where do you live?" Oh, I live in Corrupticate.
Bob,
maybe they're not. That's it. We have 250
more housing units.
They're probably not corrupt because they're not here. That's probably why they left. They couldn't take the corruption.
We haven't heard your sign off in a while, so go ahead and wrap up this fine call. Go ahead.
Oh, free the bears.
Yeah.
Deport the illegals.
Yeah.
And fly Avello Airlines out of Tweed, New Haven.
All right.
And what's that other airline you should fly now?
What's that?
Southeast?
Yeah.
Where they make the obese people fly in the hold?
Southwest. Thank you, Bob. They don't put them in the cargo hold. I got to stop. I am obese. Now, a lot less than I used to be, but still, I guess, technically there. Good call from Bob today. Sound like he had a restful weekend. All juiced up there. Not juice, you know what I mean, but just full of, what do they say, spit and vinegar. How's that? Paul in Bethel wrapping up the hour. Paul, how are you?
Good, how are you?
What's up, Paul? You tell me.
I don't know. So the side hustle thing. So I work in HVAC. I've been with the company 20 years. I don't remember if I ever signed anything or read anything that said you can't work for anybody else. I don't know if that existed.
Yeah.
I can't imagine having the time to do anything else anyway.
Oh, well, you folks, my God, I've had relatives in HVAC. You guys and gals, you never have any time off. Your phone's always ringing, right?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. But I could definitely understand, not working for the competition or even doing side jobs, which a lot of people in the industry do.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't seem right. However, if I had a side hustle that was selling art online or something, has nothing to do with HVAC, I don't see how they could ever say you can't do that. I don't know what the person in Wilton was doing as a side hustle, but I can't imagine it competed with the town of Wilton. I don't know how, but I don't know what that's all about. Maybe they had an agreement or something.
I don't know. I don't know, Paul. Thank you. Appreciate it. As it was explained to me years ago, it was explained to me something like, hey, we don't mind you making money. In theory, we understand you wanted to make money. But it was explained to me that if you have a connection with us and you do something illegal or untawdry or felonious with a side group, if you get tagged to that, we don't want the press saying so-and-so, an employee, blah, 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 who also works for blah, blah, blah. So the people had told me respectfully I would have to make a decision on it, said, hey, it's as much to protect us as it is to protect you. And I understood it. I completely understood that. All righty, traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound in Milford, accident, exit 39A and B, stay to the left to get around it. Lower Fairfield County, 95 northbound, over 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield. The Parkway is at least a little bit easier. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side, just busy going down to the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, chilly under a clear sky with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, coming up, news top of the hour. After that, one of your favorite parts of any day, Chris Williams will be reading some of the responses to our question of the day. Should Connecticut state employees, not contractors now, not 1099 people, should Connecticut state employees be paid with tax dollars, be allowed to work outside the state from another separate state?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. There was a flurry of legal rulings today on the Trump administration's policies, among them the immigration crackdown in Los Angeles. The Supreme Court weighed in as Christopher Cruz reports.
By a 6-3 vote, the justices lifted a restraining order imposed by a federal district judge who ruled that, quote, roving patrols were conducting indiscriminate arrests in Los Angeles. The judge barred agents from stopping people solely based on their race, language, job, or location. She said there was a, quote, mountain of evidence that the agents' tactics were violating the Constitution.
The Illinois governor's office says it's received no formal communication or information from the Trump administration on immigrant or crime operations there and is calling it a reality show. CBS's Usher Qureshi has more.
We're already hearing about pockets of small ICE operations with some arrests being made, but not in the large scale that we were anticipating leading into this.
South Korea's foreign minister's en route to the U.S. to finalize steps for the return home of several hundred workers detained during a massive immigration raid in Georgia at a Hyundai battery plant. CBS's Camilo Montoya Galvez.
What the Trump administration has agreed to send a charter flight here to the U.S. to pick up those workers. That would avoid the legal deportation process that could involve civil penalties and that could exile these workers from the U.S. for up to 10 years. So this could be a more diplomatic way in the eyes of South Korea to handle the situation. It also avoids having their citizens remain in ICE custody indefinitely.
An appeals court has upheld a civil jury's decision requiring President Trump pay $83 million to E. Jean Carroll. The award stemmed from Trump's repeated social media attacks against Carroll after she accused him of sexual assault. CBS's Weijia Jiang.
The president's legal team was trying to argue that his speech should have been protected under the Supreme Court's ruling of presidential immunity. And because he made the remarks in question about defamation during his time in office, they claim that he should be protected. But this 3-panel appeals court disagreed.
As tensions increase between the U.S. and Venezuela, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has made a surprise visit to Puerto Rico, where the administration recently sent more fighter jets. Venezuela's president is sending 25,000 troops to coastal areas to tackle drug trafficking. Jury selection began today in the Florida trial of Ryan Ruth, accused of trying to assassinate Trump. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Over 7,000 Connecticut utility customers lost power over the weekend as severe storms worked through the region. The most outages were reported late Saturday afternoon as strong winds and heavy downpours impacted the state. Most of the customers had been restored by yesterday afternoon, with only widely scattered outages remaining. There were no injuries reported from the storms. A former Norwalk City official has received a sentence of 50 years in prison for the killing of a man in January of 2022. Ellen Wink was charged with murder and received the sentence on Friday. Police were called to Nelson Avenue after receiving a 911 call and found 54-year-old Kurt Lametta inside the residence with multiple gunshot wounds. Police say Wink was Lametta's landlord and that the two had gotten into an argument prior to the shooting. Lametta was pronounced dead at the scene. Wink is a former city clerk and a former Republican candidate for state representative. And Senator Richard Blumenthal wants the WNBA to, quote, butt out of the state's negotiations to keep the Connecticut Sun in the state. At a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Blumenthal says the WNBA is interfering to block proposals which could be against the law.
The kinds of interference that we're seeing from the WNBA, it's blocking and obstructing potentially the state of Connecticut in these well-founded efforts to keep the franchise here, could well be a violation of the antitrust laws.
The Mohegan tribe, which owns the Sun, is entertaining offers to sell the team. State leaders have submitted a competitive proposal to take a stake in the team along with other investors. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound Milford, and remains of an accident between exit 39A and B. On 95 north, plan on up to an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is a little bit easier. And Route 8 north and southbound, just a lot of extra cars, both directions, going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
If you have not read this story, you should, and I'll check right now. In fact, let me check. Hold on. We'll do some. I think I put this on the station Facebook page, so you can check this. I just want to make sure here. This is called real-time fact-checking here. Let me see something here. Did I put that here? No, it's got to be below there. Hang on. We're doing real. Yes, it is. So go to our Facebook page at WICC. Say it's 600 on Facebook, or you can do, of course, Voice of CT. Voice of CT on Facebook, paid by Connecticut living elsewhere. This was a bit of an investigative piece done by the Hearst people, Hearst Connecticut Media. That's where the CT Insider thing is. Hundreds of state employees work remotely from other states. Okay. Now, again, I don't care where you're doing your work as long as you work well. My question here is, you have 250 people. Most of these jobs you can see are like low to mid six-figure jobs. What about returning taxpayer money to the local economy? I mean, I don't know. I guess somebody in the budget office with the governor lives in Philadelphia 3 days a week. Must be nice, huh? There you go. So our question here that I put up today, should Connecticut state employees being paid with tax dollars be allowed to work from another state, not remote work? That's not what we're talking about. A lot of state employees work remotely in Connecticut. We're talking about living and working, in another state while working for Connecticut. All right. It's the time of the show where we're thousands way. Chris Williams here. And by the way, a special offer today. If Chris Williams reads your response here, you will win my respect and admiration. Now, Chris rolled his eyes at that one. I've got a limited amount of respect and admiration, so the following people that Chris quotes from will win a smidgen of my good thoughts.
You don't just hand them out like
no,
chiclets?
No, not like a Skittles here, my friend. No.
Well, everyone seems to be against this. Paul
Yeah.
Richard said absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
No from Patrick. Sam says absolutely not. Dave, no, it's too hard to keep track of what they're doing. No from Paul and Daniel. Adam wants to know if the state should be doing most of these things in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
No from Jack. And Renee said, I'll work for the state.
There you go. All right. So all you people that Chris just read, you win gobs of my respect and admiration. There you go. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Our pal Vin Candelora, State House Republican leader, going to be coming on next hour. There is a report now that the way the state wants to find money to help keep the Connecticut Sun in the state may not be by bonding it, as our friend Steve Harding said last week, maybe an investment with the state pension fund. How's about that, boys and girls? Huh? Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
Is this the station that all of the talk show hosts actually live in the state? This is that station?
Wait a minute now.
Yeah.
The local, our local hosts are here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
As opposed to, trying to talk with politics with somebody from 800 miles away.
Well, yeah, syndicated talk. It's been around for 50 years.
Well,
yeah.
Actually, I was talking about non-syndicated, but rapidly going into the toilet. Stations that have hosts that do the remote. So,
Yeah.
His name was Governor Rowland. Yeah, okay, you don't know about that? Okay. Anyway, so...
I don't concern myself with what other station. The only stations I concern myself with, Tim, are those who pay me. That's all I care.
Oh, that's true.
all I care.
Well, or they pay you to go down to New York City and use a different name to announce stuff?
No, the name change was my choice out of professional courtesy to somebody, and those people have been treating me quite nicely for almost, almost 18 years now.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was thinking maybe some of these jobs could be replaced with AI.
Maybe. Don't laugh. They're going to.
I knew a guy. I had a very good friend who got lived way down on the coast, but got a town manager job.
Yeah.
At the top of the state. I said, "Oh, you're going to move?" No, I just, I'll just do the commute.
But he's in state though. He's still working here, right?
He's still in state,
okay.
yeah. But it's like, but you're supposed to be the manager of, one of the great, wonderful cities. 169 of them and everything, which you probably could use, whittle down to about 50 or 60. But that's.
Tim, what might be interesting with that scenario? You wonder. I mean, think about this now. If you have somebody that's not physically there, but is supposed to manage, I guess, just with a cold, and what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of a cold, neutral observer thing. You wonder whether that might actually... like nobody's knocking on his door. He's not meeting people for drink. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, like dispassionate. I guess that's the word I'm looking for.
Well, I don't know. Here in Hamden, we have, pure chaos in our Democratic primary. It is just like people are going, absolutely crazy and don't put that person on.
Yes.
And it's like, oh, my God. And I was like, now you know why I probably, avoid the, the local town politics.
And you have the mayor there in Hamden there. Tim, I had a giggle last week. I'm reading the story in Hearst. Hey, there's nothing wrong. The finances are fine. And then they had this woman that came in and said, oh, no, they're not.
No, absolutely not. So, I've become an Aaron Rodgers fan, absolutely now.
I knew he would do. I knew he would do. He come on, for
he couldn't do it at the Jets.
No, well, you know why? You know why, Tim? He's 2 years removed from that Achilles. They say it takes at least a year and a half, and there you go.
I saw him falling down and throwing a touchdown and stuff. What is he thinking? Patrick Mahomes or something? That's like ridiculous and stuff. So, all right, I'm off to go dig some grave, find some AI to replace me.
That's it.
You can have callers that are AI.
Why not?
Generated.
Why not? Don't laugh. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. All right, yeah, please. Thank you, Tim. You again. Here we go. Go ahead, Aaron Rodgers. But to be fair, I was telling a lot of my football fan friends, I said, no. Aaron Rodgers is not washed. You wait. I said, I predicted 3 touchdowns before the game yesterday. He threw 4. He was fine. The Achilles is all better.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC every Sunday at 11. The Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with a doubleheader of the best games from around the NFL. Because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Here at Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex. Stamford Health. Care. It's different here.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Join WICC, the voice of Connecticut, this Saturday at Touch a Truck from 11 to 2 at Riverview Bistro in Stratford. Learn more at voiceofct.com. Thanks to Burns Construction and Riverview Bistro.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement. And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound Milford, and remains of an accident between exit 39A and B. On 95 north, plan on up to an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is a little bit easier. And Route 8 north and southbound, just a lot of extra cars, both directions going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, chilly under a clear sky with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, or Fairfield County and affects your world, Paul is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, another taxpayer question here. In particular, if you're a state employee, do you want state pension money, which does get invested? It's how the pension is stable and continues to grow in most good years. Do you want that invested in a way to buy a chunk of or a stake in the Connecticut Sun WNBA franchise and allow it to not be moved from Connecticut? I don't know how this whole thing would work, but again, there is no shortage of politicians now, particularly our two Senate members, and I understand they mean well. I understand Mr. Blumenthal means well. I understand Mr. Murphy, even though I disagree with him 99.9% of the time. I get he means well. Although Chris Murphy, with his usual Trump derangement syndrome, he's, I guess, this Fairfield County guy, the hedge fund guy that wants to buy the Connecticut Sun or has a bid in or whatever, or he was rebuffed. Of course, Chris Murphy, because he is so vapid, it's off the scale, he had to refer to the guy as a Trump supporter. Chris, who the cares? Honestly, really, get a life, Chris. Go out, touch grass, take a walk, talk to your kids. My God, well, we can't sell it to a Trump supporter. Oh, my God, this one, as my mother used to say, this one again. Now, Mr. Blumenthal, on the other hand, he has said this about what the WNBA is doing.
The kinds of interference that we're seeing from the WNBA, it's blocking and obstructing potentially the state of Connecticut in these well-founded efforts to keep the franchise here, could well be a violation of the antitrust laws.
All right, it might. It might, Senator. You're an attorney. You know how Congress works. There have been case laws and that famous NFL law that basically said they were a legal monopoly, Major League Baseball, whatever. Folks, here's what you have to understand with this. Honestly, please Please, I'm begging you. The WNBA and in concert with the NBA, remember, the NBA still props up the WNBA. If the WNBA had to survive on its own, it wouldn't. There's a reason why the top salary in the WNBA is right now, before they sign their new CBA, is the top salary in the WNBA is about $240,000 a year, as opposed to Steph Curry in the NBA, who makes about $65 million a year. The top salary in the WNBA is probably what Steph Curry pays his personal assistant, probably $200,000 or $300,000 a year. Yeah, for that I'd do the gig. Steph, the office fridge is empty. You want me to go out and stack it? Yes, sir. Be back. Here's what people have to understand. The WNBA wants the Connecticut Sun the hell out of the state. They want them out. Do you understand that? Doesn't mean anybody on the Sun is a bad person. Doesn't mean we don't want we don't love the team or love women's basketball. But major league sports here in Connecticut, not going to work. I would be shocked beyond belief if this team stayed here more than one more year. I would. And it's unfortunate. It is. We have a lot of fans in this state. Our college fans, UConn men and women, hockey with UConn and Yale and Quinnipiac and Sacred Heart and basketball with all those schools, yeah. But a major league team, no, none of them. You understand, none of the 5 other major leagues, with the exception of the WNBA, we'll see what happens. But the NBA, Major League Soccer, the NFL, the NHL, and Major League Baseball. The Connecticut market is insignificant to them. Having a team in Connecticut, and it's sad, it really is. But the bottom line is, having a team in Connecticut does no good for any major league's bottom line. They sell league-wide advertising, signage, program books, shirts, jerseys. They try to lure in nationwide TV advertisers by saying, look at all the markets that your spots will run in. There is no major advertiser who cares that spots run in Connecticut. I'm sorry to tell you, we are not a major league sports state. We have 2 solid American Hockey League teams. We have a very solid Eastern League baseball franchise, AA, with an award-winning park. We have what's the equivalent of AA soccer in Hartford. That's all great stuff. We have UConn. We have Quinnipiac. We have Yale. We have all these other great athletic programs. But everybody's got to stop twisting themselves in knots here, because the WNBA is acting like a corporate ownership of a coffee joint or of a fast food place. These are franchises. And if your franchise is not cutting the mustard, as it were, with television ratings, with radio ratings, with streaming ratings or anything, they will tell you, you have to move the franchise. You will make more money. The league will make more money. It will be more solvent if the team is in Houston, if the team is in Boston, whatever. So, I'm coming to the point here where I think people are going to start to realize, yeah, it would be wonderful to keep the Connecticut Sun here. They would undoubtedly bang out the People's Bank Arena in Hartford. I'm sure they would. They're renovating the heck out of it. But just the way with the Whalers. When Peter Carmanos bought the team, that was under the proviso that the NHL said, we've got to get the Whalers out of Hartford. There's no money growth in Hartford. There's a lot of growth once we make them the Carolina Hurricanes.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound Milford, and remains of an accident between exit 39A and B. On 95 north, plan on up to an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is a little bit easier. And Route 8 north and southbound, just a lot of extra cars, both directions, going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Supreme Court today cleared the way for federal agents to conduct sweeping immigration operations in Los Angeles, lifting a restraining order that barred agents from stopping people solely based on their race, language, or location. Chief Justice Roberts has also let President Trump remove a member of the Federal Trade Commission. She had sued because the law only allows commissioners to be removed for misconduct or neglect of duty. Legal contributor Caroline Polisi.
We're seeing at the Supreme Court a use of this, what's known as the emergency docket, to issue these orders. They're often unsigned, not a lot of reasoning.
The Trump administration's asking the Supreme Court for an emergency order to keep billions of dollars in foreign aid frozen. And a federal appeals court has ruled that states don't have the standing to sue the administration over the firings of federal probationary employees. On Wall Street, stocks are higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Waterbury woman accused of allegedly imprisoning and starving her stepson for over 2 decades has had her court date postponed. Kimberly Sullivan's legal team has also filed 2 motions, one asking for permission for her to return to the Blake Street home to retrieve her personal belongings, and the other to remove her GPS ankle monitoring bracelet. The next court date is set for early October as the investigation and legal proceedings continue. A Derby woman is being held on $100,000 bond after being involved in a serious injury crash in Old Lyme. Police say 30-year-old Kelsey Velez was driving a pickup truck that left 4 Mile Road and hit a utility pole. A male passenger was rushed to the hospital with serious injuries. Velez is charged with driving under the influence, failure to maintain a proper lane, and interfering with police. The first confirmed case of West Nile virus in Connecticut this year is a man from Fairfield County. State officials say the man in his 40s became sick in the third week of August and was hospitalized and has since recovered. Lab tests confirmed that the man had contracted West Nile. There were 12 confirmed human cases of West Nile virus last year, and no deaths were attributed to the illness. The cause of a fire yesterday morning that forced the closing of 2 restaurants in Seymour is under investigation. Flames broke out around 7:40 a.m. and caused significant damage to Hot Grill and Pizza on New Haven Avenue. A neighboring business, Seymour Gardens Chinese restaurant, will also be closed due to smoke damage. As of today, students at high schools in New Haven are now going through the school day without their cell phones, which are locked in special pouches. At a news conference attended by NBC Connecticut, Genesis Guillen Samaniego, a 12th grader at the Metropolitan Business Academy, said that she's already seen an improvement since the policy took effect.
In the classroom, it means more focus. Teachers don't have to compete with notifications, and students are more engaged in discussions. Lessons move forward with less interruptions, and the atmospheres in classrooms have shifted for the better. Officials said the goal is to improve student focus, reduce classroom disruptions, and support better mental health. Superintendent Madeline Negron talked about the benefit of this new policy.
I feel like this is a gift that I am giving our children. It is giving them the gift to disconnect, if even for just a few hours. If there is an emergency, students can get access to their phones. Students in K through 8 in New Haven started giving up their cell phones during the school day earlier this year. A development of nearly 300 housing units is being proposed for the former Gen Re campus in Stamford. The insurance company has moved out of the 60-acre campus on Long Ridge Road. Developer Toll Northeast has determined that the site is no longer viable as an office park. The plans by the developer still need approval from the city before they can advance. Construction could begin next year on a new middle school in Ansonia. The city has bought 25 acres of land off Pulaski Highway near Farrell Drive for the school. It is expected to be over 125,000 square feet, and the projected cost is around $100 million. The city approved the school project in 2023 as part of a $132 million bonding package. The current middle school in Ansonia was built in 1936, and officials say renovating it is not feasible. And the number of single-family homes and condos sold in August in Connecticut was down 8% from the same month a year ago. Despite the drop in the number of homes that were sold, prices of those properties have remained high. The median price of the homes sold between January and August was $425,000, which is an increase of $25,000 from the same period a year ago. The statewide sales data was reported by Berkshire Hathaway Home Services New England Properties. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, solid hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the Parkway is the easier ride. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you have plenty of company through Shelton going up to the Commodore Hall Bridge. And then across WICC track.
For this evening and tonight, chilly under a clear sky with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
He's here to make the merit traffic just fly by. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, you mean the Merritt Parkway. There's a threesome for you, huh? 203-333-9422-333 WICC. Hey, there's a story about apparently a lot of knuckleheads in a local city that we love don't know that you're not supposed to pass a school bus. What is wrong with you people? We'll talk about that momentarily. First, Bill is in Fairfield. Hello, Bill.
Hey, Paul, I want to gain my composure for a second. I'm talking about traffic. I just witnessed a horrific motorcycle accident in New York by Citi Field. One of those motorcycles splitting traffic, driving like a nut. The guy was a mutilated mess. 2 minutes later, Paul, I feel so terrible for his family, but please, people need to slow the F down and to look out for motorcycles, man.
Yeah.
And it's just horrific. That dude, that poor kid did not realize what was going to happen to him at the end of today. And it's just horrific. Horrific. People shouldn't have to witness that. And they shouldn't have to be traumatized by all that.
And Bill, thank you for that, Bill. Yeah, I mean, just slow down. Can everybody please slow down? There have been numerous studies done over the years and tests of vehicles put on the roads at different intervals, and one decided to speed at 10 or 15 miles an hour above the speed limit, and one decided to speed to maintain a constant speed. And it turns out that the difference between, vehicle A arriving somewhere and vehicle B arriving somewhere is like 1 or 2 minutes. Because there's a thing called real speed versus relative speed, and I don't want to get into the physics and the orbital mechanics and everything like that. But my God, Bill, that's horrible you had to see that. It is just, and look, I like to drive fast. Even the other day I shouldn't say this, but let's say I was in the upper 70s, wink, wink. The other day when the road was clean and dry and open, and I said, whoa, slow down, boy. Slow down, fella, especially on a road like I was on the Merritt here. It's like, between that and the animals and everything. Bill, sorry you had to see that, man. That is just... Whew. And to that end, we have this. Now, I will ask again, what in the hell is wrong with you people in Shelton? One of our favorite cities and towns. Shelton, not Shelton, in Shelton. Bus company data says here in the Connecticut Post shows more than 140 motorists illegally passed school buses in the first week of school. I will ask you again with all the love in my heart and a warm hug, what in the hell is wrong with you people? I mean, it's happened thousands of times in Bridgeport. Now, in 1 week, I will ask again, what is wrong with you? Were you people not told you do not pass a school bus? And now, thankfully, you're going to get caught. All these buses are now having cameras and license plate readers. And I know a lot of you people out there are saying, well, I don't like the surveillance state. Our friend Kevin Rennie had a big column this week in the Hartford Courant. Beware the surveillance state. Kevin, I love you. With all due respect, though, I'll be okay with a surveillance state if it keeps me from getting killed. I cannot tell you the amount of times I have pulled out from especially two places, the Connecticut Post Mall in Milford. I'm exiting the mall. I have the green light, and somebody goes, excuse my French here on the radio, barrel-assing right through the light on the other side, to the point where if I was in the intersection, I would have been killed. Happened to me the other night, too, in Wallingford, coming out of the Stop and Shop Plaza on Route 5. I get the green light. I said, wait a minute, is that guy going to stop? No, he didn't. If I was in the intersection, I would have gotten killed or maimed seriously. There would have been announcements on this show as to why I'm not here. So everybody who says, well, I don't want my license plate read, I don't want... It's too bad. It's because a lot of you and your friends won't slow down. More than 140 motorists stopped school buses this past week as Shelton Student Transportation Service unveiled new stop arm enforcement technology. The city-owned Shelton Student Transportation Service, in its latest tech upgrade, has equipped its fleet of 68 buses with the Virginia-based Bus Patrol's enforcement technology. All right? So do you listen, some of you dummies? We love Shelton, but apparently there are a lot of dummies there. Multiple cameras on each bus record vehicles passing stop school buses. The footage is then sent to Bus Patrol for inspection. On September 29th, the program will enter live enforcement after a 30-day warning period. If you pass a school bus in Shelton, and the buses all have this technology, it's going to cost you $250. Every violation is reviewed by a trained municipal staff member before the fine is issued. The whole idea is to get compliance. We want to make sure our students are safe, said Frank Scalzo, Shelton Student Transportation Service Director, the bus boss in Shelton. He said between the opening of school on August the 26th and Wednesday, 147 motorists were found to have passed a stop school bus. I know what you're saying. Well, what if I'm not the one driving? You know what I say to you? I don't care. Sit your son down, sit your daughter down, sit your wife down, sit your mother down, sit your dad down, sit the babysitter down and say, don't do this. Use the brake and wait. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The town of West Hartford now is going to erect 15 different spots for traffic and red light cameras. The problem is, folks, a lot of people don't know how to use the brake pedal.
You've heard the term fall cleanup, and now make sure that getting your trees assessed on your property is part of the to-do list. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've told you all about working with K&J Tree Service and having a free tree risk assessment done. My friend Mark over at K&J came out to our home back in the spring, and he identified a couple of trees that could be a real problem. We didn't have to remove the trees, but we did do some work to make sure they weren't going to be an issue if the next storm hit and caused destruction. Right now, as the seasons are changing, it is the perfect time to give your trees the care they deserve. At K&J Tree Service, they're offering a limited time 10% discount on all services to help you prepare your landscape for the winter months ahead. Whether you need pruning, trimming, or complete tree removal, their team of skilled professionals is ready to enhance the beauty and safety of your property. Don't wait until it's too late. Call them directly at 203-248-TREE or schedule an appointment at kjtreeservice.com. Take advantage of the incredible offer right now at K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair?
What do you mean? Does it not look good?
It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret.
No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic.
Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous.
I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month, and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks bounced back from Friday's slide for the most part, but didn't recapture all the losses, although the Nasdaq did, and in fact closed at an all-time high ahead of the inflation data that's due out later this week, which may determine the magnitude of any future rate cuts from the Federal Reserve. The Dow finished with a 114-point gain to 45,514. S&P higher by 13 2/3 to 64.95. Nasdaq, as stated, a new high just below 21,800, up 98 points on the day. Bond yields also dropped even before the inflation data comes out over the next couple of days. We'll get wholesale prices on Wednesday, followed by consumer prices the next day. Yield on the 10-year note dipping below 4.05% in anticipation the Fed's going to cut rates irrespective of what that number is. Oil up 50 cents to $62.37 despite OPEC increasing its production. Gold rallying $23 to $36.76 the ounce, continuing to flirt with records. And it was a good day for crypto as well, as both Bitcoin and Ethereum rallied on the day. Again, we're waiting on the inflation data. That's key.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, solid hour. Greenwich Bridgeport, the Parkway is the easier ride. Out of New Haven, 95 south, of jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you have plenty of company through Shelton going up to the Commodore Hall Bridge. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Send a text to someone who will actually read them. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
There is a story that is finally starting to gain national attention. Try as the left-leaning mainstream media, and it pains me to say that, but believe me, as somebody who works in this business and knows people in all branches of this business, oh, it's true. Trust me. There is a story now, finally after weeks, that is finally starting to get the attention that it should. For a couple of main reasons. And let me go over here in the time we have to, before we get to the top of the hour here, as to why you have to pay attention to this. One, because of the media, and two, because of our supposed judicial system. And this is the version that's in the New York Post, because they're one of the few outlets, along with Fox, but now all of a sudden I'm starting to see it on the mainstream media because the president actually did the good thing and is starting to talk about it. Have you seen this story of Irina Zarutska? She is a Ukrainian refugee, or was. She was slaughtered on a Charlotte train, and the video finally surfaced a few weeks after this happened. 23-year-old Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death on a light rail train in Charlotte, with horrifying video surveillance footage showing the moment the unsuspecting young woman was brutally attacked. 35-year-old DeCarlos Brown Jr. is allegedly shown pulling out a pocket knife and getting out of his seat behind her before the video cuts as he prepares to plunge the blade into her. That's according to footage shared by the police in Charlotte. Now, of course, the mayor of Charlotte, a Democrat, is there saying, oh, let's be careful of how we share this footage. No, Madam Mayor, the footage should be all over the place. It is horrifying to look at. Zarutska is totally unaware of the killer behind her, fiddling with her phone as Brown allegedly unfolds the knife and prepares to attack. After the killing, the attacker can be seen wandering through the Lynx Blue Line train, dripping blood across the floor as he carries his weapon. Here's the bottom line. Here is a woman who got out of Ukraine and I guess had come to the U.S., putting roots down here. The moment she's killed, she's wearing a fast food uniform or a pizza uniform, whatever. So she got out of the Ukraine to save her life and is killed by a psycho who was let go by the justice system. Folks, what do I always tell you? These things don't happen in a vacuum. Invariably, whether it's a shooting, a stabbing, or whatever, it is a multi-time offending psycho. It is an 8-cylinder nut that should not be on the streets, but yet our so-called criminal justice system, I'm telling you, the system is replete with DAs and prosecutors and judges who have zero compunction in putting a psycho back on the street. I don't know. Are they fascinated with crime? Listen to this. DeCarlos Brown is homeless. He's had more than a dozen convictions dating back to 2014. So it's not a first-time guy. This is not the kind of thing where, we had no idea he had internal demons. No, this is an 8-cylinder psycho who should be in a rubber room wrapped up in a straitjacket. I'm sorry if you don't like that. It is what it is. He's homeless. He's had more than a dozen convictions, not arrests. Convictions dating back to 2014. Court records seen by the Post show he served 5 years for a 2014 armed robbery and was released in September of 2020 before being arrested just months later for assaulting his sister at her home in Charlotte. Well, Paul, he has mental problems. Yes, he does, which means he is not fit to walk among us. He's an animal. And because the criminal justice, and I say that in air quotes, justice system does this over and over and over and over again, people die. A lot of it is this. Well, we can't institutionalize people against their will. Why not? When you know he's nuts. Well, maybe there's medication. Oh, stop it. Jesus H, how dumb do you think we are? It is mind-numbing. And the second thing is, so here's a guy who everybody knew was a nut. And he kills a woman. Now, this woman was trying to, and she left war-torn Ukraine. Let me ask you something. And again, only now, after this thing has been in the news about 6 or 7 days, is this started to get a push here. Let me ask you something. This woman is white. And this may be uncomfortable for you, but I don't care because I know this is the truth. This woman is white. Her assailant is black. The alleged assailant is black. There is a narrative here that many news organizations don't want to go after. Let me ask you, you're not going there, but let me ask you something. If you're a consumer of news, let us say instead of a white woman who escaped from the Ukraine, thank God she did, only to be killed here, what do you think the visibility of this story would have been if the roles were flipped here? Maybe this was the story of a young man from Africa, a young African who came out of war-torn Africa, and he was settling down in roots in the Carolinas, and he was the one wearing that fast food outfit and not her. And instead of his assailant being black, the assailant was a lily white guy in a flannel shirt who's an NRA member. What do you think the media narrative would have been? Now, frankly, I don't care who commits crime on who. White on white, black on black, black on white on black, Hispanic on black, white on Hispanic, Asian on black. To me, crime is crime. I don't care about your skin color. But the problem is, many in the media do. Do you think for 1 minute that if the assailant here was a middle-aged white guy with a gun or some hunting knife and an NRA member, whatever, and he brutally, viciously killed a young African man, you don't think this would have been the lead story on ABC or CBS or NBC, just the way the Ahmaud Arbery case was, just the way George Floyd was? Of course it would have been, and it should be. Except when the roles are not quite what the media wants.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, solid hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the Parkway is the easier ride. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you have plenty of company through Shelton going up to the Commodore Hall Bridge. And that's across WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, chilly under a clear sky with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Cadillac of Greenwich. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose mobile service, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at CadillacofGreenwich.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's CadillacofGreenwich.com.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect moderate UV levels with a max UV index ranging from 3 to 5. Air quality will be fair with an AQI bouncing around the 20s and 30s, and expect okay conditions for the beach or pool despite a constant chance of rain. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And earlier today on a break, I'm listening to CNN here, while we're in the break, and Chris is doing his news, and Brian Stelter on CNN. There he goes. And oh no, why is Trump mentioning this Irina Zalutska case? What did Brian Stelter say? Well, let's not buy into dangerous tropes and memes. Oh my God, Brian, stop. You're another one of the jerks up there that embarrasses himself.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Supreme Court has cleared the way for federal agents to conduct sweeping immigration operations in Los Angeles. Camilo Montoya Galvez reports it's another victory for President Trump at the High Court.
We have seen in Southern California over the past months really controversial immigration raids that advocates say have been indiscriminate in nature. The Supreme Court is allowing those operations for the time being to continue.
Flora Menendez represents car wash workers in Los Angeles.
81 car washes have been raided, many of them more than 3 or 4 times. Approximately 247 car wash workers have disappeared from our communities. This is just unacceptable.
The governor's office in Illinois says it's waiting for formal word from the White House about the federal deployment in Chicago. CBS's Scott McFarland reports it's a political tightrope for the administration.
And National Guard troops has served political interests for the president, but also it allows him to continue to argue that his administration is taking a hard line, tough stance against crime, which has served him well politically. But it also in Washington, D.C. and Los Angeles, where this has been attempted before, the deployment of the National Guard has served to galvanize people on behalf of the local leaders in Washington, D.C. and Los Angeles.
The Trump administration's asking the Supreme Court for an emergency order to keep frozen billions of dollars in foreign aid. CBS News political reporter Melissa Quinn.
At least one Republican in the Senate, Susan Collins, who is head of the Senate Appropriations Committee, says this attempt to unilaterally claw back this $4 billion in funding is not legal. Congress has the power of the purse under the Constitution, and the president does not get to just not spend money that Congress has already approved.
In the Middle East, the Israeli prime minister has warned Palestinians in Gaza City to leave now as Israel ramps up its offensive. Earlier today, there was an attack in Israel, as the BBC's Wyrie Davies reports.
Today's attack at an intersection to the north of Jerusalem was one of the worst attacks we've seen in Israel for some while. In all, 6 people have been killed. Many more have been seriously injured when 2 armed Palestinians, a man of 20 and another of 21, came into Israel from the occupied West Bank. They boarded a bus and they opened fire with guns.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. The Dow Jones Industrials were up 114 points. The Nasdaq 98 points higher. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The first confirmed case of West Nile virus in Connecticut this year is a man from Fairfield County. State officials say the man in his 40s became sick in the third week of August and was hospitalized and has since recovered. Lab tests confirmed that the man had contracted West Nile. There were 12 confirmed human cases of West Nile virus last year, and no deaths were attributed to the illness. A Derby woman is being held on $100,000 bond after being involved in a serious injury crash in Old Lyme. Police say 30-year-old Kelsey Velez was driving a pickup truck that left 4 Mile River Road and hit a utility pole. A male passenger was rushed to the hospital with serious injuries. Velez is charged with driving under the influence, failure to maintain a proper lane, and interfering with police. And the cause of a fire yesterday morning that forced the closing of 2 restaurants in Seymour is under investigation. Flames broke out around 7:40 a.m. and caused significant damage to Hot Grill and Pizza on New Haven Avenue. A neighboring business, Seymour Gardens Chinese Restaurant, will also be closed due to smoke damage. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound stalled vehicle reported between exit 17 and 18. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, solid hour Greenwich to Bridgeport. Lower Merritt is your best bet. Out of New Haven 95 south, volume delays through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Get ready for the fall season with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, your one-stop shop for fall and Halloween needs, plus expert knife sharpening service. Call 203-374-1118 or visit kitchen-corner.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, that's us. Hey, how are you? 3 hours down. Want to go? It's 5 o'clock. How was your day been? How was it? Now, for 5 o'clock, some people are done with their day. Some people may be working still second or shift or going third shift or whatever. We're here for you right here. WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and, of course, online, voice of CT. .com 203-333-9422 333 again. Talk or text. A lot to talk about today. We got into early on a interesting dissection of a story here from the folks of the Connecticut Insider. Round about 240 to 250 state employees. It's not a lot because there are 40,000 state employees, which basically would fill Rentschler Field in East Hartford. So it's not a whole lot of people that run a state of 3.5 million people. But having said that, there's enough of them there. Give them their props. They do a good job. I'm sure the vast majority of people do a good job. Nothing's perfect, of course. But we find out that something about 250 or so state employees, these are not contractors, these are not 1099 people, these are not vendors, these are not people who, were only hired for a couple of days or consultants for a couple of days. These are deemed to be Connecticut state employees, and they work out of state and sometimes very far out of state. Maine, Texas, Florida. And again, I understand you want to get the best of the best. You may want to get the best bang for the buck of the taxpayer of Connecticut. But what about the notion that if somebody's primary residence is not in Connecticut, yet, just something to kind of think of here and rolled around amidst your cheek and gum, like Walt Garrison used to say. I got skull. Wouldn't you want taxpayer money in Connecticut to go to people who would, in some way, shape, or form, return it to the economy of the state? Now, I know the argument may be, well, these people are the best of the best of the best, and we need to use only them. Oh, really? And I got taken to task, and that's fine. I was chided a bit earlier in the show saying, well, it's only 250 or 240 people out of maybe, 39 or 47. Yeah, but it's, as Mom always told me, it's the principle of the thing. Is it not? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So that's our question. Want to chime in here? A lot more going on, including now, we'll talk with our buddy Vin Candelora about this just minutes away. The state of Connecticut is apparently thinking about not what our buddy Steve Harding said last week, to come up with the money for the Connecticut Sun buy-in or a stake in the Sun of using bonding, but perhaps using some state investment money, the pension fund here in the state. Now, again, I know what people may say, well, Paul, the pension fund, they do investments all the time. Yeah, they do. But as somebody told me earlier in the day, I was chatting back and forth with this, the state has put, the state put tens of millions of dollars in other kind of sports-related stuff, particularly, some of our former minor league ballparks. And what has happened? What ended up happening there? And again, I get that part of this is curing our ever-festering inferiority complex. I get it. Why doesn't anybody want to stay in Connecticut? Well, no, we have a lot of great sports, a lot of great college sports. We've got 2 very solid American Hockey League teams. We've got a AA level soccer team, maybe another one coming to Bridgeport, this one up in Hartford. We've got a very solid AA baseball franchise, and by a lot of votes, one of the best, if not the best, AA stadium in the country. Maybe that's all we're meant to be. Maybe understand something, too. The Hartford Whalers only ended up in Connecticut because the Hartford Whalers only ended up in Connecticut because of the elimination of the WHA, the World Hockey Association. So it's not like the NHL was just climbing the wall saying, we've got to get Hartford in the league. No, there was an agreement. The rest of the league folded, and Hartford and the Quebec Nordiques, les Nordiques et Quebec, the Québécois, Hartford, Quebec, Winnipeg, and Edmonton ended up in the NHL, and the Whalers had a good run of 30 years. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC's City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and a WICC's City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, September 16th and 18th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound stalled vehicle reported between exit 17 and 18. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, solid hour frontage to Bridgeport. Lower Merritt is your best bet. Out of New Haven 95 south, volume delays through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Get ready for the fall season with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, your one-stop shop for fall and Halloween needs, plus expert knife sharpening service. Call 203-374-1118 or visit kitchen-corner.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, chilly under a clear sky with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got thoughts. Share them with Paul. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, another day, another twist here. Everybody weighing in from all matters, politics and sports, as to what should happen with the Connecticut Sun. Listen, I love women's basketball. I love all sports. You know I'm getting pretty soon. You'll see my ugly mug on TV again. You're doing hockey in the area. So, listen, I love sports. I've been a sports guy ever since I got into this business. But it's a business. It's the entertainment business. And sometimes things work out and sometimes they don't. And how far should the state of Connecticut go with tax money, with pension money, with bonding, to keep a team in the state whose parent league doesn't exactly sound anxious to be in the Connecticut market? So if we go with tax money or pension money, what will lawmakers in Hartford of both parties have to say about it? State House Republican leader Vin Candelora with us. We had Steve Harding on last week. We have Vin today. Vin, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, Vin. All right, Vin, you tell us, what are you hearing on your end? We're seeing pension money. I'm hearing bonding. I'm hearing maybe a budget line, $100 million. Doesn't even know whether the league would approve this. What are your thoughts on this, Vin?
Yeah, I'm worried it could be all the above. You know, it's one thing.
I'm sorry I did the buffet line here, but go ahead. Yeah.
But that sort of seems where it's going. You know, it's not just about investing in a team and getting a minority ownership interest, which it sounds like they would do that through the pension funds. But then you're talking about the infrastructure they need to build out, because they would no longer be at Mohegan Sun. You'd be moving it over to Hartford. And so now I'm hearing practice facility
$100 million
and upgrades.
Yeah.
And that would probably require bonding. So all of a sudden there's this huge investment. And to me, the cart is before the horse. I mean, we need to take a step back. I think this governor has forgotten that we hold this money in public trust for the taxpayers. And before we take a leap, you know, we need to understand, does it make sense? Is there any return on investment? Yeah. And those are the things that Democrats don't think about, that they just need to put the brakes on it.
You know, Vin, you and I both know, we've been around the course once or twice. We love sports. We love women's and men's basketball. But a major league, Vin, is a business. And you have, with all due respect to the great state of Connecticut, my home state, I'm not going anywhere as I retire here in a few years, but for corporate advertisers, Vin, and sponsors of these leagues who want audio and video impressions and signage, I'm sorry, they're just, from a business standpoint, Vin, Houston, Boston, these teams, or these cities without teams, just makes more sense than Connecticut. It just does.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of our problem. We're sandwiched in between a Boston and a New York that has such a robust market, you know, but I think fundamentally Connecticut needs to start working on the strengths that we do have in attracting these businesses, because, you know, we are in a state that has had no job growth for decades, and we've seen some of our major large corporations leave to those states of Boston and New York. So I just wish that we would put more investment into those economic engines. You know, we have to make a return on our pensions. So to be that flippant to pledge our pension accounts without a guaranteed return, we've worked hard to try to bring that pension back into the black. It still is in the red. You know, so I have a lot of questions. I'm a little frustrated that they're choosing to play this out through the media and not actually coming to legislative leaders and saying, this is an idea we have, can we talk? And so we're left put on the defensive to push back on this proposal. We have just as many questions as the general public does.
So the bonding commission obviously is chaired by statute by the governor. So, could the governor or any governor, likely it'll be Lamont, obviously, because of the time constraints here, can the governor just ramrod this through, Vin? And as far as the state pension fund is for our state workers and investors, who controls that? Who would say, is it Sean Scanlon? Is it Eric Russell? Is there a pension board? How would each one of those alternatives, Vin, work?
Yeah, I mean, so it is Eric Russell who makes the investments. In terms of the bonding, it would have to go through the legislature. I don't think the governor could find a chunk of money somewhere. It needs to be in an appropriated account. So depending on the dollar amount, he can't just create it. If it's a larger amount, smaller amounts, he may be able to just find it in an account to make it fit. But in terms of the pension, it points to a bigger question.
Yeah.
If this investment is made, we are unique in this state. A, we have our treasurer who's elected.
Yeah.
And B, there's a non-binding advisory board for our pensions.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah.
So I think Eric Russell has the sole discretion to make this investment. And, we've had legislation. I know Ryan Fazio had championed legislation to try to have an advisory board that is essentially does the investing for the state of Connecticut, especially since we have so many successful hedge funds down in Greenwich. That legislation has never advanced forward. And so the treasurer is the sole arbiter of this money. And I got to believe he's going to take it seriously because he doesn't want that authority taken away from him. He's done a good job in investing in our pensions in the past. So, wanting a basketball team probably isn't the reason to be investing. You need to make sure the numbers work.
Yeah, and finally, Vin, along with the team, and you touched on this a couple of seconds ago, this also involves the state building out a new state-of-the-art practice facility in here, and then some sort of a leaseback situation here. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, I mean, it could be run through the CRDA, which so many things in Hartford is sort of managed through that organization. So I'm not sure what it would look like ultimately, but they do have avenues and agencies in place that could do these kind of investments. But the money has to be appropriated, and that's a job for the legislature to figure out.
All right. Republican State House Leader Vin Candelora, North Branford. Vin, take care, my friend. We'll chat down the road. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks. You too. Take care.
All right. There you go. So, folks, there you go. So it could be bonded out, as we said yesterday, as Steve Harding said last week. I'm sorry, as we said last week with Steve Harding. So, in other words, basically when you bond something, you put it on the state's credit card and you promise to pay it back, interest notwithstanding, but it is bonded as an investment. Or does Eric Russell, the state treasurer, does he say, I think this is good, so we are going to do this as part of a pension fund? And one thing that Vin pointed out there that I have talked about a few times previously. Connecticut has a very powerful treasurer. Now, you heard Eric Russell does get advice, but again, other states do it differently than Connecticut, meaning that there are boards and treasury and investment boards in other states who make group decisions saying, we will invest here and we won't invest there. But now I guess Mr. Russell, the state treasurer, can only get advice from people. So we shall see. So thanks once again to Vin Candelora. So there you go. It could be the pension fund. It could be bonded out. We will watch and learn and weigh traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound stalled vehicle reported between exit 17 and 18. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, solid hour Greenwich to Bridgeport. Lower Merritt is your best bet. Out of New Haven 95 south, volume delays through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Get ready for the fall season with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, your one-stop shop for fall and Halloween needs, plus expert knife sharpening service. Call 203-374-1118 or visit kitchen-corner.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Expect partly to mostly cloudy skies, and there's always a chance of rain or strong thunderstorms, especially later in the day. Highs bouncing around the mid-70s and low 80s. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider, a hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
At Progressive, we understand the bond you have with your boat. It's why people name theirs.
I was pretty hungry and looking at a menu when I named my boat Change Your Tuna. The backup names were Trick or Trout, I Salmonly Swear, and, it gets worse, New Squid on the Block. It wasn't my best day.
Whatever you call your boat, protect it. And start with a quote from Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
The workday begins the moment you put on your boots. At Boot Barn Work, we know you need work gear that holds strong until you kick them off at the end of the day. No matter the job, Ariat Work Gear performs week after week, year after year, with fit, mobility, and safety features built for the jobs that keep our nation moving. Ariat provides nonstop performance day in and day out. Ariat at Boot Barn Work.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Life Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, September 16th and 18th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridge Life Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Supreme Court has cleared the way for federal agents to conduct sweeping immigration operations in Los Angeles. A lower court had blocked the so-called roving patrols, where agents stop people solely based on their race or language. CBS's Camila Montoya Galvez.
The Supreme Court has given the Trump administration yet another legal victory on immigration and its efforts to carry out what the president has promised will be the largest deportation operation in American history.
On the deployment of federal troops to Chicago, the Illinois governor's office says it's had no formal communication with the White House and is learning about things from administration social media accounts. President Trump earlier today.
And I don't know why Chicago isn't calling us saying, please give us help. When you have, over just a short period of time, 50 murders and hundreds of people shot, and then you have a governor that stands up and says how crime is just fine.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A former Norwalk City official has received a sentence of 50 years in prison for the killing of a man in January of 2022. Ellen Wink was charged with murder and received the sentence on Friday. Police were called to Nelson Avenue after receiving a 911 call and found 54-year-old Kurt Lametta inside the residence with multiple gunshot wounds. Police say Wink was Lametta's landlord and that the two had gotten into an argument prior to the shooting. Lametta was pronounced dead at the scene. Wink is a former city clerk and a former Republican candidate for state representative. The Waterbury woman accused of allegedly imprisoning and starving her stepson for over 2 decades has had her court date postponed. Kimberly Sullivan's legal team has also filed 2 motions, one asking for permission for her to return to the Blake Street home to retrieve her personal belongings, and the other to remove her GPS ankle monitoring bracelet. The next court date is set for early October as the investigation and legal proceedings continue. Over 7,000 Connecticut utility customers lost power over the weekend as severe storms worked through the region. The most outages were reported late Saturday afternoon as strong winds and heavy downpours impacted the state. Most of the customers had been restored by yesterday afternoon, with only widely scattered outages remaining. There were no injuries reported from the storms. Construction could begin next year on a new middle school in Ansonia. The city has bought 25 acres of land off Pulaski Highway near Farrell Drive for the school. It is expected to be over 125,000 square feet, and the projected cost is around $100 million. The city approved the school project in 2023 as part of a $132 million bonding package. The current middle school in Ansonia was built in 1936, and officials say renovating it is not feasible. As of today, students at high schools in New Haven are now going through the school day without their cell phones, which are locked in special pouches. At a news conference attended by NBC Connecticut, Genesis Guillen Samaniego, a 12th grader at the Metropolitan Business Academy, said that she's already seen an improvement since the policy took effect.
In the classroom, it means more focus. Teachers don't have to compete with notifications, and students are more engaged in discussions. Lessons move forward with less interruptions, and the atmospheres in classrooms have shifted for the better.
Officials said the goal is to improve student focus, reduce classroom disruptions, and support better mental health. Superintendent Madeline Negron talked about the benefit of this new policy.
I feel like this is a gift that I am giving our children. It is giving them the gift to disconnect, if even for just a few hours.
If there is an emergency, students can get access to their phones. Students in K through 8 in New Haven started giving up their cell phones during the school day earlier this year. The number of single-family homes and condos sold in August in Connecticut was down 8% from the same month a year ago. Despite the drop in the number of homes that were sold, prices of those properties have remained high. The median price of the homes sold between January and August was $425,000, which is an increase of $25,000 from the same period a year ago. The statewide sales data was reported by Berkshire Hathaway Home Services New England Properties. A development of nearly 300 housing units is being proposed for the former Gen Ray campus in Stamford. The insurance company has moved out of the 60-acre campus on Long Ridge Road. Developer Toll Northeast has determined that the site is no longer viable as an office park. The plans by the developer still need approval from the city before they can advance. And Senator Richard Blumenthal wants the WNBA to, quote, butt out of the state's negotiations to keep the Connecticut Sun in the state. Blumenthal says the WNBA is interfering to block proposals which could be against the law.
The kinds of interference that we're seeing from the WNBA, it's blocking and obstructing potentially the state of Connecticut in these well-founded efforts to keep the franchise here, could well be a violation of the antitrust laws.
The Mohegan tribe, which owns the Sun, is entertaining offers to sell the team. State leaders have submitted a competitive proposal to take a stake in the team along with other investors. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 northbound stalled vehicle reported between exit 17 and 18. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, solid hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport. Lower Merritt is your best bet. Out of New Haven 95 south, volume delays through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Get ready for the fall season with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, your one-stop shop for fall and Halloween needs, plus expert knife sharpening service. Call 203-374-1118 or visit kitchen-corner.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, chilly under a clear sky with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And you can call us or text us. Same number. It's that easy. Just use speech to text and fire it away to the same number, 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. I got a text here about one of my favorite subjects, the fact that people won't slow down and use the brake pedal and come to a full stop and don't run red lights, and then they're wondering why all the school buses now are going to be rolling plate scanners and why cities and towns are putting in license plate scanners and red light cameras and speed cameras. Then I sit there and almost get hit numerous times over the past few months. I say, okay, now I get it. Hey, Paul, just wanted to give you a heads up about the people that are nervous about their license plates being read in the surveillance state of Connecticut. So a while back, some people complained in a lawsuit it was a Fourth Amendment violation with the plate readers, which is why that program stopped. However, more recently, the U.S. Supreme Court, or a recent court, he's not sure whether this is SCOTUS or the state court, when the police run your license plate on your vehicle while you're driving, everybody thought that was a Fourth Amendment violation. However, I'm sure that you're familiar with the plain sight rule. If I can read your license plate, it's in plain view. Therefore, there's no expectation of privacy. Yes, that's the point. And thank this person for bringing that up. Just wanted to toss that out there for the show and say that I need to send you a copy. No, that's fine. I got it. No, yeah. This is when you are using your vehicle, you're using it on a public thoroughfare. There are no private interstates. There are no private roads. In fact, somebody even explained to me once, I didn't realize this, that there's a thinking that not even your driveway is private. I'm not sure about that. Because your driveway peels off into a public thoroughfare, therefore your driveway is just an extension of that, kind of like a tributary of a river, whatever. I don't want to get into the weeds on that. But yeah, listen, a lot of people, we just had this earlier today, West Hartford now is going to put in 15 cameras and plate readers because people won't slow down. Every night when I take my walk, usually through the center of Wallingford or near my condo or whatever, every freaking night, there's some idiot on a bullet bike, or as we like to refer to them, crotch rockets. But you know the bikes I'm talking about, or the guys with, and guys, by the way, 3/4 of these aftermarket exhaust systems, they sound like crap. Don't take a great car and make it sound like a heart attack, okay? Your aftermarket exhaust sounds horrible, okay? You're not impressing anybody. You're not going to get any chick. Those days are gone if your pickup truck is loud. But anyway, you see these guys and some gals, Main Street, center of town where I am, Center Street, Main Street, Wallingford, blowing right through stoplights, blowing right through red lights, doing 50, 60 miles an hour in a 35. Yes, I want those people to get a ticket in the mail. I want the plate readers to read the plates. But no, you do not have any expectation of privacy. You don't. And please, how about, and I've said this before, and I know some people don't like it. I'm sure people are telling me to go blank off. But these people that cover their license plates, no. You need to get pulled over, too. Now, I know the cops are shorthanded. They'd rather get real criminals, but, stop. Stop with the license plate covers. We know what this is about. So, man, I'll tell you, if I was governor right there, I'd order Ronell Higgins, the deputy Department of Public Safety guy. Hey, Ronell, get your guys and gals out there and pull over these plate covers. Because guess what? If I have to pay it, so should everybody else.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair?
What do you mean? Does it not look good?
It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret.
No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic.
Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous.
I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month, and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport. A couple breaks along the way through. The Parkway overall is definitely the easier ride. Then to New Haven on 95 southbound side, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound side, a stalled vehicle reported between exits 17 and 18. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. It'll be in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Tomorrow, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's here every afternoon to give it to you straight. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, from my days in Top 40 radio, how many hundreds of times did we play this? Yeah, straight up, all right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Judy in Stratford is here. Hello, Judy. How are you?
Hi, Paul.
Hi.
Getting back to what you were just saying about your license plate reader thing.
Yeah.
Well, you know the covers that people put on to keep their license plate clean?
Yeah.
Are they going to be able to see when they are taking pictures?
Who knows? And probably not through the more extreme ones, but but you know, Judy, your plate is not supposed to be obstructed, so I think it
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's all.
Oh, I better take my license because I'm trying to keep it clean.
Yeah,
And,
well, yeah, you've heard me say that. Yeah, because I wake up in the middle of the night going, God, my license plate's dirty. Yeah,
and I just cleaned it too.
yeah, and
so
I
wanna
just
keep
cleaned it. Yeah.
But can they see through that when they're taking the picture?
I probably some, but not all. It depends on the resolution of the cameras.
They'll not be caught then.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. You know what the
That's
other?
all those school buses, guys. You're safe.
Well, you know what the other thing is, and Judy, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Great to hear from you. You know what a lot of other people use? You ready for this? And thank you, Judy, once again for the call. You can go on places. I think Amazon sells. I know. I got to check. You know what's a new tactic now? Fake leaves. You can go online and buy magnetic leaves. They're not real leaves. They're made of a light material with a magnet on the back. So what's up now? Again, cops are wise to this, but what happens is you get these stunads, as my mother used to say, that put these magnetic leaves on, and they say, well, yeah, that's not me. There are 2 or 3. Look at this, because, of course, leaves always stick to license plates. So I can't tell you the amount of times I've seen leaves on rear license plates. Yeah, right. I could almost buy the scientific argument with moisture and wind and centrifugal force and gravity and Newton's laws to say, okay, you may get some leaves obstructing the front license plate, but no, they do this on the back now. In fact, hold on. Let's do what we like to do here on the show, Paul. Let's do some real-time research here. Hold on. Magnetic, fake. Hold on. Magnetic, fake. There it is. Magnetic leaves. Hold on. Magnetic leaves for, this is the thing, folks, I'm telling you. Magnetic leaves for license plates. There it is. There it is. You can actually buy them. Fake leaves. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yes, pictures of them here. You can check them out. A leaf magnet for a license. Some people just suck. They do. Can I just say that? Am I allowed to say that? There it is. And there used to be, and I think maybe Amazon was pressured into not selling them in some other houses, where you could buy a device that basically raised and lowered a license plate cover remotely in the car. Now, you'd have to have these things professionally installed, but of course, when you're not near a toll plaza, not near a camera, you just leave it up. No cop's going to notice that. But kind of as you get the warning on your phone or your Waze or your GPS. I'm going to kind of just flip this switch down. Oh, won't that be nice? Is my license plate's covered? Can you tell I have no tolerance for this? Look at this. Drivers in New York are using leaf magnets to block their license plates and avoid paying tolls. Oh, you people are the worst. You people are just from a different ring of hell. I can tell you that. Oh, that's much, Paul. No, it's not. When I have to pay and they don't, no. Dave and Meriden here. Dave, how are you?
Good, Paul. Hey, quick question. I was thinking of a guy that used to be the head of the Connecticut State Colleges, that Dr. Chang.
Terrence Chang, yes. Terrence Chang,
They gave him a $400,000 a year job.
Yeah.
Now, I saw in another newscast earlier this afternoon They've tried to find out what his duties are. Nobody will tell anyone.
Well, what happened is, they moved him. He now has a separate office. They gave him a new title, Dave, but it's been well documented that nobody's really sure what he's doing.
Well, I talk about a no-show job.
Well,
huh?
yeah. And
Boy, Tony Soprano would be proud of that.
Well,
one.
yeah, and like I said earlier, Dave, I think the notion here is that Lamont is trying to keep the university state employees happy. I mean, look. Lamont knows the guy should have got bounced, right? The $60 stakes, buying concert tickets. The guy takes chauffeured rides from New York. They gave him a housing stipend to live in the state and a car stipend, and he used none of it. So he thumbed us all in the eye. Yeah, it's a big thumb in the eye, Dave, for the Connecticut taxpayer. But rather than, and Dave, thank you for the call, appreciate it. Rather, and we talked about this. I'm sure there are people inside the governor's office who said, listen, if we fire this Cheng guy, it's going to tick off some of the college-associated unions, number one. And number two, he's going to take us to court. And we're going to have legal costs here up the wazoo, because even in the investigation, if I'm remembering this properly, even in the investigation, I think nobody is saying Cheng broke the law per se, because I think what he is hiding behind, and even what I think, I don't quote me on this might have come from the state comptroller, Sean Scanlon's office, where they said, well, what he did was kind of not good, but it technically wasn't illegal. And I think once they investigated Cheng's spending habits, they said, well, you know, there is kind of a wide latitude here, like, I wouldn't have done it, but so what would have happened here if they did what they should have, at least to show people we know what's going on here? Cheng probably would have sued and saying, well, wait a minute, show me what I violated in my contract. And you even had some state officials saying, well, you know, it's hard to get him, you know, he didn't really, you know, it's tough to fire him for cause. So there you go. But again, $400, way more than the governor makes. Think about that. I have always thought that on a pure state level, whatever a pure level of a payment should be, the governor of a state should always be the highest paid person. He just should be. He just should be. Not here in Connecticut again. Now, I'm not even upset at, you know, Gino Auriemma or Coach Hurley or you know, whatever, all the other coaches, because a lot of that money you see them getting paid is not technically a state salary. That comes from their base state salary. Plus, though, incentives from the athletic department, speaking engagements, shoe contracts, apparel contracts. So, no, but the highest paid people, you know what the highest paid people in Connecticut are? Strictly from a state salary, I think. Bunch of doctors of the Yukon Health Center in Farmington, John Dempsey Hospital. You got doctors there making $1 million, $1.2 million, $1.5 million. Oh, yeah. Believe me. The governor of Connecticut is, and even, I don't even know if Ned stays. Is he taking any money? I don't know. But the bottom line is here is the governor is rarely in this state the highest paid person. He or she should be. Let's put a bow on it. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport. And a couple breaks along the way through. The Parkway overall is definitely the easier ride. Then to New Haven on 95, southbound side, a little jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound side, a stalled vehicle reported between exits 17 and 18. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, chilly under a clear sky with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliasson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor, for peace of mind. 203-336-2566.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
The governor of the state of Connecticut, the guy or the gal who should possibly make the most money of anybody in the state. The salary, I guess, that Governor Ned Lamont is foregoing here, because he's a man of means. The governor's salary is $226,000 a year. The lieutenant governor, the attorney general and the secretary of the state, $206,000 a year. And on and on and on. But and Ned is not taking the money. Good for him. $226,000 a year. So he is not nearly. I mean, not with it. This is the governor's salary is coffee money compared to what some people make in the state. Dan Hurley, $6.7 million a year. Now, he had a bunch of incentives there. The athletic department kicks money back to him, too. Gino Auriemma, $3.4 million a year. Now, then get this, and this is rarely talked about. And again, I know the UConn Health Center does great work, but you go Dan Hurley, Gino Auriemma, Dr. Isaac Moss at the UConn Health Center, $2.2 million a year. UConn Health Center faculty, Hao Feng, $1.6 million. Hardeep Singh, $1.3 million. Maritza Perez, $1.3 million. David Benedict, who was on the governor's budget team, $1.3 million. And then more UConn Health Center faculty people. Keaton Bulsara, $980,000. Kevin Stavely O'Connell, $930,000. And these people are all at the UConn Health Center, John Dempsey Hospital. So, no, the governor of the state makes peanuts. I mean, seriously, does that make any sense? The governor of a state makes $220,000 a year in Connecticut. And to Ned's credit, he doesn't take the money. It's coffee money for him. Couch change for he and Annie. All right? Folks, have a lovely Monday. Enjoy what you're doing. 2 hands on the wheel. Drive carefully. Chew good, as my mom used to say. Chris Williams, thank you. We are back tomorrow at 2.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Supreme Court is clearing the way for federal agents to conduct sweeping immigration operations in Los Angeles. They could stop people solely based on their race, language, job, or location. Armando Godino with the Los Angeles Workers Center Network.
We will fight the systemic discrimination this conservative majority has unleashed. Alongside our members at the Workers Center Network, we form a network of support and resistance, ensuring workers know their rights and have the power to defend themselves.
Legal analyst Laurie Levinson.
This is a major issue that's likely to come up in other cities, maybe Chicago in the near future or Baltimore. So it's not a good sign for those who are seeking to stop the administration from bringing in ICE and maybe even the National Guard to do these full types of raids.
An immigration attorney says many of the South Korean workers detained in a raid on a Georgia Hyundai plant were brought in for highly specialized work that Americans aren't trained for. Another legal victory for the administration today. An appeals court ruled states cannot sue over fired federal workers. Matt Piper has that.
In a 2-1 ruling, the appeals court says states do not have the standing to sue the Trump administration's mass termination of probationary employees. It says they only have standing to challenge the process by which the government has engaged in mass firings. In March, 19 states and Washington, D.C. sued federal agencies alleging the terminations were unlawful and never gave 30 to 60 days advance notice. The court also notes the harm was done to people, not states, none of whom are parties in the suit.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth paid a surprise visit to Puerto Rico today after more fighter jets were ordered deployed there for operations targeting drug cartels. Venezuela's president ordered troops to coastal areas to do the same. CBS's Charlie Daggett at the Pentagon.
25,000 troops to border regions, which is a bit nefarious in itself, to show a willingness to curtail drug trafficking or a show of force.
President Trump today hailed a decision by West Point to cancel a ceremony